stream. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to a series of public hearings for the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. We will begin this morning with introductions in a moment. But first, I would like to affirm the order we're going to be going in this morning for the various bills. Oh dear. A tea kettle is going off in my house, so I'm going to have to stop for a moment.
Thank you.
I apologize. I'm terribly sorry. Unfortunately, this is the pandemic work from home situation. And please know if you're a member of the public or in the attendees room that this is the kind of thing that unfortunately happens in our modern work from home environment. And please excuse any member of the committee having dogs, background noise, and so forth, and we'll give you the same latitude. Thank you very much. So the order for this morning's public hearings are someone hearing an echo, or is it just me? Okay, yeah, okay, hopefully that will stop now. The order for this morning's hearings is LD 694, an act concerning business interruption insurance, LD 615, an act to remove the advanced cardiac life support certification requirement for dental therapists, LD 631, an act to provide funding for Maine's health insurance consumer assistance program, and last but not least, LD 653, an act to provide Maine residents losing employer-based health coverage with information about other coverage. And we will start, as I said, with introductions. We'll begin with Representative Quint.
Hi, my name is Tracy Quint. I represent House District 144, the Greater Holton area, including Molunkus.
Representative Arford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Representative Poppy Arford, and I represent District 49, which is the western side of Brunswick.
And Representative Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is John Connor, and I represent House District 58, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Matheson.
Morning, everybody. My name is Christy Matheson. I'm from District 1, which is Kittery.
Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Representative Mar Blyer. I represent District 22, which is Leamington and part of Standish, Limerick, and Buxton.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Richard Evans. I represent District 120, including Atkinson, Brownville, Dover, Foxcroft, Medford, Arnaville Township, and Lakeview Plantation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Heidi Brooks. I represent House District 61, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Melorano.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Gina Melorano. I represent House District 62, which is part of Auburn.
Representative Morris.
Yes, good morning. I'm Representative Joshua Morris. I represent House District 75, which is Turner, Leeds, and Livermore.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. My name is Stacey Brenner. I represent most of Scarborough, all of Gorham, and part of Buxton in the Maine State Senate. And I just want to say it was really nice to meet some of you. Unfortunately, I didn't get to meet all of you on Wednesday and Thursday last week.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator Sanborn.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook.
And Senator Sanborn is the Senate Chair of the committee, and I am Denise Tepler. I represent House District number 54, which is all of the town of Topsom, and I serve as the House co-chair of the committee. And we are joined today by our amazing analyst, Colleen McCarthy-Reed, and by our awesome clerk, Christian Ricci. Thank you both. We couldn't do it without you. And with that, we will open a public hearing on LD 694 and ask Representative Gramlich, who I think is in our, Representative Gramlich, are you there? Is she present, Christian? Yes, okay, she's joining us. Awesome, thank you. Welcome, Representative Gramlich. Ah, there she is. You are currently muted. Up now, you're unmuted.
I'm getting the technology down. It's rare that I've been on the receiving end. I'm used to being in your shoes, so it took a second for me to reacclimate. So thank you all very, very much. And thank you for your indulgence for allowing me the opportunity to present out of order. I've, like all of you, I am juggling many competing priorities, so thank you very much. So good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and my esteemed colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach. I am here today to present LD 694, Act concerning business interruption insurance. As we are all aware, a mere year ago this week, the impact of the global pandemic, now known as COVID-19, caused businesses across the state to abruptly shut down. While it was certainly a correct step to protect public health, businesses were closed. In many tourist communities, particularly seasonal ones, like my community of Old Orchard Beach, not only were businesses closed for the summer tourist season, many businesses were closed for good. Both the federal and state government had made attempts, many of which were successful and many of which indeed did help our business communities to be responsive to these losses. Most all of our businesses had incurred. Policyholders, however, had not been able to claim these losses through their insurer. As a result, and after talking with many business owners in my community, I was approached by several constituents to submit this proposed legislation. As crafted, this bill includes a retroactivity clause, which I would recommend the committee amend and remove. As I am sure you are all aware, business interruption, otherwise known as BI insurance, policies can help businesses remain afloat if it has to close temporarily. Policies provide income replacement that can be used to cover day-to-day operating expenses and overhead costs until the businesses are able to reopen. The National Association of Insurance Commissioners estimates that somewhere between 30 to 40% of business owners do indeed carry some form of business interruption coverage. While commercial property pays for actual physical damages or losses, business interruption covers lost net income due to the closure of the business while repairs are underway. These policies may cover rent or lease payments, relocation costs, employee wages, taxes, and loan payments. Business interruption does not typically cover damages for losses from flooding, earthquakes, mudslides, etc., although consumers can purchase additional coverages for these specific perils. Exclusions from coverage include losses unrelated to property damage, such as revenues lost due to viral outbreaks or pandemics. Business interruption insurance, which is meant to help offset the loss of income when operations are temporarily halted due to a covered event, often falls short. Covered event is the key phrase, and that unless a business interruption policy specifically lists pandemics or contagious illnesses as being covered, they may not be. This is not a new concept, as at least 10 states across the country, as well as Congress, has introduced similar pieces of legislation. The American Academy of Actuaries has said that, quote, pandemic risks is more similar to the catastrophic risks covered by programs like Terrorism Risk Insurance Program and the National Flood Insurance Program than to risks normally insured by the commercial insurance market, and any new federal program seeking to facilitate pandemic risk coverage should reflect the LD 694 requires insurers that provide business interruption coverage to include lost revenues due to viral outbreaks, pandemics, government-ordered business closure or evacuation, or a power disruption conducted for public safety purposes, events which will cause a business to close by no fault of their own, much like in the case of a natural disaster. I would see this as an opportunity for policyholders to purchase a rider in their business interruption insurance that would include coverage for business closures due to these circumstances described. While COVID-19 pandemic was the event that prompted the submission of this legislation, I am recommending that the committee consider amending the bill by deleting COVID-19 and inserting loss of business due to unforeseen public health situation, which results in the involuntary closing of a business. Thank you for this opportunity to be a voice for my constituents. I will be candid and transparent in that I am not an insurance expert, and I am quite aware that I will have many behind me who will be able to answer questions, and many of whom probably do not agree with this particular piece of legislation, but nonetheless are experts in the field. But I'm certainly here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Representative Gramlich from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Representative, and please hang around in our attendee space in case something does come up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's wonderful to see all of you, albeit on a screen.
Is there anyone else who is present who would like to testify in favor of the bill? Please raise your virtual hand if you would like to testify in favor of the bill. Okay, seeing none, I will move to opponents of the bill, beginning with Ms. Barbara Law from the Maine Insurance Guarantee Association. Welcome, Ms. Law.
Good morning. Good morning. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Barbara Law, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Insurance Guarantee Association. My testimony today is on behalf of MEGA in opposition to LD 694 as drafted. I understand that there's been a recommended amendment to that bill, and my testimony applies to the extent it would result in an insurance product that is inadequately priced. Created in 1970, MEGA is Maine's property and casualty insurance insolvency safety net, acting as the state-created payer of last resort to provide important protections to Maine policyholders and claimants from insurance insolvency losses. MEGA is an association whose members are all property and casualty insurers licensed in Maine. MEGA operates pursuant to its enabling statute, which defines and limits MEGA's obligations and provides for funding mechanisms essential to MEGA's protections. MEGA steps in upon the entry of an order of liquidation against a company licensed to transact business in Maine in order to provide timely payments to consumers who often have losses that need to be addressed immediately. LD 694 raised concerns as drafted related to insurer insolvencies because the proposed legislation was projected to impose massive new claim liabilities under business interruption coverages. According to the American Property and Casualty Insurance Association, which includes many MEGA members, these new claim liabilities were projected to exceed by at least several orders of magnitude the total premium paid to the industry in Maine for such business coverage. In this regard, the legislation could easily serve as a catalyst for insolvencies of multiple insurers that are otherwise financially sound. Any insolvencies would result in the cancellation of all insurers' in force policies, not only the commercial policies with business interruption coverage, and that thus MIGA's coverage would be triggered. MIGA then becomes responsible for all open and new covered claims arising under the main policies of the insolvent insurer through the cancellation date. The financial impact of any insurers rendered insolvent by the proposed legislation would shift in large part to MIGA's remaining member insurers and the insurance buying public, as guarantee fund assessments become payable and incorporated in the expense loads used to determine future insurance policy rates and premiums. Furthermore, as a practical matter, if multiple insolvencies and assessments ensue due to the enactment of LD 694, the assessment base will be reduced to the extent of the market share held by any insurers rendered insolvent by LD 694. This will result in the remaining member insurers, including those that don't even write commercial or business interruption coverage, bearing a disproportionate share of statewide insurance losses. As set forth in my written testimony, it is a larger cross-section of main insureds that would ultimately bear the cost of insolvencies attributed to LD 694. This would be the case first because any assessments for business interruption losses would be imposed by Maine statute based on the direct written premium of all insurance lines, including homeowners and other personal liability policies other than workers' compensation or automobile insurance premium. Indeed, all claims against the policies written by the newly insolvent insurer, whether auto, workers' comp, or other personal or commercial lines constituting covered claims, would fall to MIGA to pay and therefore require funding by the corresponding insurers and ultimately their policyholders. Finally, the provisions of LD 694 as drafted, if enacted, would also be directly threatened to undermine MIGA's foundational mission to promptly pay covered claims. MIGA's assessments are subject to a statutory cap of 2% of the prior year's direct written premium applied on an annual basis. MIGA's enabling statute provides direction in the event of a shortfall, but the prescribed remedy is to pay claims proportionally until sufficient assets are made available to pay all claims. If the effect of LD 694 on the industry is in the range as APCI predicts, such overwhelming losses might mean MIGA could take many assessment years to catch up due to business interruption claims alone. MIGA would be paying pennies on the dollar year after year indefinitely, instead of serving as the timely safety net it was conceived to be. MIGA is a robust insolvency protection mechanism, well designed to appropriately fund insolvencies occurring in the ordinary course of events. MIGA was not designed, however, to be a substantial funding source to reimburse policyholders for widespread business losses created by a pandemic with community spread. We respectfully suggest that it would be bad public policy with undesirable results to ask MIGA, albeit indirectly, to fulfill that role. But MIGA instead should be allowed to operate as conceived with regard to its mission and the public policies surrounding it. MIGA therefore urges the committee to vote ought not to pass LD 694. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Law. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Law? Yes, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Law, I wanted to clarify, you would also be opposed to the amendment as well.
I think that needs to be studied. The property and casualty industry, the insurance department needs to be able to promulgate insurance policies that are rated appropriately. It's not clear what the cost of such pandemic coverage as contemplated by the amendment would be. If that, theoretically, if that cost of that rider or endorsement were appropriately priced, there should be no concerns regarding insurer insolvency. But to the extent there's a systemic suppression of the rate, and that would cause insurers to write business that's not appropriately priced or result in covering risks that would result in adverse selection, the same risk for insolvencies would apply. So the risks are still there. but it's not clear how the revision would operate.
Thank you.
Representative Matheson.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Law, for your testimony. I just wanted to be clear. It's my understanding with the amendment that Representative Grumlish was introducing is that she would want this to be a rider policy that people could have the option to purchase, just like flood insurance rider policies. And no one knows how much a flood would cost as well, but you do have to price out those riders as well. So am I understanding you to say that you would not be, you would be opposed to this even if you did a cost analysis on what a rider would cost? I guess I'm a little confused about that.
Sure. MEGA would not oppose any legislation that resulted in appropriately priced insurance. But if there were any concerns by the industry or regulators that the bill were to be structured in a way that resulted in an underpriced product, the risk from MEGA would be there, and therefore the same concerns would apply.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Law. And next up for providing testimony, we have Bruce Garrity of the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. Mr. Garrity.
Am I in now?
Yes, you are. Welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. My name is Bruce Garrity. I'm here on behalf of the American Property Casualty Insurance Association, which represents the large majority of the property casualty insurance written in Maine. I hope you're able to see me and keep seeing me, because for some reason I just had a screen sign that said my connection is unstable, and I'm willing to admit instability in some ways, but I hope the computer would function properly anyway. I'd like to take a little bit of a different approach. You have hopefully my testimony, which includes a constitutional analysis, and it includes an exclusion that ISO has used in Maine, ISO companies have used in Maine for decades, and also some case law. But I'd like to look at it from a different perspective. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that before this horrific event occurred, the industry knew it was coming. People knew it was coming. And while we didn't know the exact scope, we knew it would not only be statewide, but nationwide, but global, and that it would affect businesses all across the spectrum, and that it would last a year or more. What would the insurance premiums have been to cover this event? Keeping in mind that those premiums would have to cover lost revenues, incidental expenses, the basic payroll of all these companies. Would it have been 10, 20, 1,000, 2,000% of what premiums are now? Would such premiums and such coverage have been affordable to anyone, regardless of the size of the business? I would suggest that the answer is no. And legislation that now proposes, and I understand there's been an amendment, which I'm not familiar with, so I'm sort of testifying on the original bill, but had this legislation now been put in effect, exactly how much money would be needed to catch up to pay the claims for which premium was never collected and losses were never anticipated? Frankly, APCIA believes, and we believe the numbers reflect, that it would essentially bankrupt the industry. The industry has about $850 billion generally in surplus. That would be eaten up in a matter of months if this had to be covered on a nationwide basis, much less nationwide basis. Let me shift gears, because I think that was an important initial thought for us to have. If we had priced for this, what would it have cost and who could have paid for it? looking at it in terms of what the bill does now, it proposes retroactive application. We've provided you with an opinion from a very well-respected attorney and professor at the University of Maine School of Law that it would be unconstitutional, that it would violate the due process, takings, and contract clauses of the federal and state constitution. We don't think this is a close or an academic question. We think it would be an obvious violation if applied retroactively. Let me point out that business interruption insurance, and I think Representative Gramlich mentioned this, is intended to cover physical loss, physical damage to a business. Business interruption insurance covers you when there's been an unfortunate fire and your business has had to close down and you've lost revenue and you've had to pay employees' salary while they're not working, etc. It is not intended to cover the kind of pandemic-related COVID-19 situation that we have here. There is no loss to property. One of the cases that I have cited for you and provided you the opinion on, which was just decided earlier this month by Judge Gorton in Massachusetts, federal district court judge in Massachusetts, is to the effect that viruses don't damage property, viruses harm people. That's outside the scope of coverage of a business interruption kind of coverage in a policy. I would urge that you take the opportunity to review Judge Gorton's opinion, because we think it's not only four square on point, but that it could not be more timely. We'd also point out, as Representative Gramlich mentioned, there are other states that have considered this. No state has passed legislation of this nature. I think it's because states have recognized how damaging this could be to the overall economy of a state and certainly to the solvency of the insurance system. I'd also like to mention, and this is again in our written materials, since 2007, an organization called ISO, which Insurance Services Organization, which develops proposed standards, that develops proposed policy language, proposed and made a filing for a amendment to commercial property coverages called exclusion of loss due to virus or bacteria. I'd like to read one part of that endorsement, which has been approved around the country and specifically approved in Maine. We means the insurer. We will not pay for loss or damage caused or resulting from any virus, bacterium, or other microorganism that induces or is capable of inducing physical distress, illness, or disease. Again, that's in most policies, or variants of it is in policies, and that's why these cases around the country where people are saying, we think it's appropriate that we have some coverage for business interruption, why those cases are being lost and the idea is being rejected. It is outside the scope of what was expected and what was priced. Pricing for a pandemic like this would be like trying to price for a nuclear disaster. It's simply not something that you can do. I would also point out, and again, I've given you the sites in our written testimony, Congress looked at this issue, and a subcommittee of the committees that looked at this basically said, we can't anticipate or ask the insurance industry to cover it. It makes no sense. They can't afford it. Other solutions have to be developed. I won't go into the points I was going to make about the guarantee fund, except to say that the guarantee fund exists to protect consumers in Maine. It forces insurance companies to essentially insure each other. But if this were to pass, not only would the guarantee fund, we believe, be quickly overwhelmed and not be able to pay the claims, companies themselves wouldn't be able to pay the claims, and all of the other kinds of claims that are out there, auto claims, other kinds of business interruption claims, other kinds of commercial coverages wouldn't be able to be paid because there wouldn't be money for those kinds of claims either. Representative Tepler, I appreciate the opportunity to have made these comments. I know you have a number of other people to testify, and I'd be happy to try and answer any questions the committee might have. Thank you. and I can't hear what you just said. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute. I muted because of noises in the house. I apologize. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Garrity? Yes, Representative Morris, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Garrity. You mentioned something sort of at the end of your testimony about not being able to pay out other claims in the insurance markets, as far as, I think you said auto and home. Can you just expound on that more?
Sure. I appreciate the question, Representative. The way the guarantee fund works, there are 3 sub-accounts. There's the auto account, there's the workers' compensation account, and there's the all other account. And business interruption insurance, commercial insurance fits in the all other account. To the extent that those companies cannot pay all of their claims because the exposure would be so terrific, the only thing they can do is turn to the other accounts, the auto account, meaning that insurers who write auto insurance but don't write commercial insurance would have to start helping to pay for these claims. The same thing with homeowners coverage. And when you look at companies that are rather broad in what they do, multi-line companies, and there are many of them in APCIA, and there are many of them in our domestic market as well, they cover, in addition to commercial insurance, they write private passenger auto, commercial auto, homeowners, medical malpractice, various other inland marine, other kinds of insurance. To the extent all their dollars would have to be aimed at paying the claims of the pandemic, there would be no money to pay the other legitimate claims that they see on a regular basis, have priced for on a regular basis, and obviously have to pay on a regular basis. That's what I meant when I said it could impact those other lines.
Thank you, Mr. Garrity. Any other questions from the committee for Mr. Garrity? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And before we move on to the quite a few others we have testifying in opposition to this bill, I'm just going to request that folks hang on to the idea of brevity, and also that you not repeat the information that has been given to us already. So thank you. And next up we have Mr. Bernier. Dan Bernier. Oops, welcome, Mr. Bernier.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. My name is Dan Bernier. I represent the Maine Insurance Agents Association. Essentially, I represent the people who've been on the front lines of this, taking the calls from businesses and having to explain to them that their business interruption insurance does not cover the pandemic claims. And the basic issue here is that insurance does not work well for societal events. It works well for personal events, but not societal events. And just to give you a brief hypothetical of how this would work, suppose you had a community of 10,000 houses, and it costs 5 of those burn in a year, and it costs the insurance companies $100,000 per fire. That means the insurance companies need to collect a premium of $100 per year to cover those claims. Now throw a societal event in that and have 5,000, half the houses burn in 1 year. The claims jump to 500 million, and the insurance companies need to collect a premium of $50,000 per year to cover the claims that they would have to cover, because you now have a societal event. Insurance generally is going to exclude societal events, and you'll see this in acts of God exclusions, war exclusions, and many other types of exclusions, because you just can't collect enough premium to cover a societal event. Essentially, insurers just go bankrupt. The other issue that you face is, how do insurance companies collect enough data to know how to rate this type of an event? Pandemics are not like auto accidents. We have lots of data on auto accidents because thousands of them happen each year. The last time we had a pandemic was 1918 with the Spanish flu, and I think if you go before that, it was the Russian flu in 1892. How would you have enough data to know how to rate this product, given the rarity of pandemics. And I guess as legislators, I'd concern you that when insurance companies start selling a product that they do not have adequate data on how to rate, you should be concerned because they're either overcharging your constituents, in which case your constituents are getting ripped off, or they're going to be undercharging your constituents, in which cases they just go bankrupt when they have to file the claims. So it is unfortunate. It's hard. Trust me, I've heard a lot about this from my board and stuff as I represent the people who have been answering the calls since probably about April. They probably didn't start in March, maybe a little bit in March, and having to essentially talk to people who've had these problems. But insurance just doesn't work for societal events. One thing I do want to pick up on what the sponsor mentioned is the flood insurance program and terrorism risk insurance. I do think there are some parallels with both of those, but with both of those, you have a federal program that works in partnership with the insurance industry to see to it that those societal events can be covered. In fact, before the pandemic, we used to fly down every April or May usually to talk to our congressional delegation, explaining the importance of the terrorism risk reinsurance program and the National Flood Insurance Program. It's possible that some discussion could be had of something like the terrorism risk reinsurance program that was enacted after the 9/11 attacks to get so you could cover this type of societal event. To be clear, I'm just saying that's, I think, a possible discussion. I'm not an actuary, so I'm not saying go ahead and do that. But in both of those types of societal events, the federal government has partnered with the insurance industry to find ways that you can cover floods and terrorism risk. And they basically act as the terrorism risk, they act as a backstop. And I think that's the one that's probably a better parallel than floods. There is more data on floods, but they have the societal problem. Terrorism risk, you both have the societal problem and you have the lack of data to know how to rate them. With that being said, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the committee for Mr. Bernier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Bernier. And next up, the Commissioner, Commissioner Chapa of the Bureau of Insurance. In opposition. Welcome, Commissioner.
Welcome, Representative Tepler and Senator Sanborn. I clearly heard your message in brevity, so unless the committee would like, I won't read my testimony, but I would like to stress a couple of points. One is, and Mr. Bernier touched on this, it's really, a pandemic is such broad, the effect of it is so broadly felt and so broadly spread. It's unlike any other catastrophe. It's not like a hurricane or wildfires, which are isolated geographically. And it affects virtually the entire population. And for that reason, it truly is uninsurable. And again, we're not unsympathetic to the plight of business owners. In fact, we're very concerned about it. But at the same time, there's really no way to insure something like a pandemic. Currently, insurers could offer the product. There's no prohibition against them offering it. And I think it's telling that none of them do. And that's my main point. And again, as I think Bruce mentioned, no state has adopted this. And the federal government, the NAC is working with the federal government trying to craft a solution because whether it's TRIA-like or flood-like programs, we think a federal backstop is the answer, and there is congressional interest in pursuing that. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Commissioner Chapa from the committee? Yes, Representative Morris, please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wonder, Commissioner, if you could just touch on what are the ramifications for the whole industry, insurance industry, as my dog starts barking, if this bill were to pass, or even the amended bill, what would be the ramifications?
Well, first, the retroactivity, which I understand that the sponsor is proposing an amendment to not make it retroactive. But retroactive, in addition to the legal problems, the numbers I've seen are consistent with what Mr. Garrity expressed, that the P&C industry literally does not have enough surplus to cover the claims, and it would bankrupt the large majority of insurers who sell it. Prospectively, again, the pricing, one or two things would happen. They would price it so expensive, no one would be able to afford it, or they would just not offer coverage in Maine. And both, I think, are bad outcome for Maine consumers. I mean, that's my opinion anyways. One of those would be the two probable outcomes of mandating it being offered.
Thank you. And I was just smiling because the good senator from Senator Brenner said that my dog barking got her dog barking. So always a good ripple effect.
I'm a dog person. I wish I could bring my dog into work, but.
Well, it's a nice consequence of the pandemic that we get to meet everyone's animals. That is just one of the pleasures of the pandemic. So Representative Matheson has a question for you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Representative Matheson.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Chapa, for your testimony. I just wanted to be clear that understanding that the sponsor had taken out the retroactive and had put in an amendment that she was interested in this being a rider. If I hear you correctly, you feel like there is just not enough data to be able to actually price out a rider, or that people would not offer that rider in Maine. Is that what you're saying?
That's my belief. Yeah, if it was a mandated offer, I'm not sure how insurers would price it, and they may choose just not to offer business interruption. But a mandated offer would require insurers to at least offer it. If I get what the representative meant, because again, there's no prohibition against offering it now. It's just all insurers virtually choose not to.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Arford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being with us today, Commissioner. I have a very simple question. Is it possible to write assuming that the amended version of this bill was to go forward, is it possible to amend it further to cap the coverage at a certain amount, which would not be ideal for those who have experienced catastrophic loss, but it would at least offer some protection?
Of course, it's possible. I mean, that happens all the time in insurance. You can cap the amount. I think the real problem, Representative, is if we get into, God forbid, another pandemic or some similar event, it applies to everyone. The applicability of the losses is so wide in its scope, it's probably everyone would have a loss, and that really defeats the nature of insurance, which is predicated on a large pool of risk with few losses at any given point in time. So I'm not sure how you could even craft it with a cap, because everyone would probably reach a cap, or presumably. So that's very difficult to craft a premium under those circumstances, I believe.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the committee for the commissioner? I'm sorry, the superintendent. I've been calling you commissioner.
I know what you
But superintendent, thank you. Seeing no other questions for the commissioner, the superintendent, I'm doing it again. Our next opponent to the bill is Mr. Shaw. Mr. Shaw, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Service Committee. My name is Larry Shaw, President and CEO of MMG Insurance, a property and casualty insurance company headquartered in Presque Isle. We employ over 260 people with 210 located in Maine. MMG is one of the largest commercial insurers in the state, protecting over 14,000 businesses, farms, and nonprofit organizations. We've been consistently recognized amongst the best places to work in Maine, have been named Maine Insurance Company of the Year many times, and 2021 represents our 124th birthday. I will adapt and adjust my testimony based on what we've heard, trying not to be repetitive and try to stick really to how an insurance company sees this and what the effect would be. If passed, LD 694 would inflict severe, if not fatal, financial distress on MMG and impact all of our competitors in a similar manner. In turn, the provisions would practically destroy Maine's highly regarded commercial insurance marketplace. Our policies expressly exclude losses related to the virus due to the impossible ability to calculate the loss of unprecedented society-wide events that has been mentioned. The same reason that insurers always exclude losses resulting from war. If passed, LD 64 would create a loss of 250 million to MMG alone. We are also quite certain that this number is low given the complete shutdown of a majority of the economy in the initial months of the pandemic and the limited ability for many businesses to operate since. The follow-on effects of the loss of this magnitude combined with the undefinable nature of the pandemic exposure moving forward would be a disaster. A significant balance sheet hit to all Maine commercial insurers in 2021, and obviously that's based on if it stays as written. The resulting abrupt contraction of the market, though, I do believe would happen if there's an ongoing requirement to provide the coverage, will not only raise the insurance premiums for Maine businesses to unaffordable levels, it will also impact their ability to obtain any coverage. This in turn could restrict bank financing and have severe impacts on the Maine economy going forward. And that really is based on if the coverage has to be available for bank financing. I think we all know that, and that could be an ongoing impact. And obviously, if companies pull out of the state because they're not comfortable, the loss of well-paying jobs provided by our industry would result. In closing, we are certainly empathetic to the hardships of COVID-19 that has caused all Maine businesses, or most Maine businesses and its citizens. However, we are in opposition because I think you can see the impact that it would have on domestic insurers like MMG, but also other commercial lines writers going forward. And then I'm asking you, because of that, to vote against LD 694. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the committee for Mr. Shaw? Well, seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Shaw. And next up, we have the Honorable Robert Foley, a former member of this committee.
There I am.
Yes, you are. Welcome.
Well, good morning. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Robert Foley, and as a former member of the committee, I wish I were there to provide you with some nice treats you could enjoy during your meeting, as is our tradition. But I assure you that when we can get together, I will be there to provide you some good treats and a nice visit. You have my testimony. I sent it up yesterday. I'm not going to belabor it. I know brevity is a nice thing in the committee, and I'd rather spend my time visiting with you folks. But you've heard all the issues, all the concerns. As an insurance agent and been in the insurance business for over 40 years, most of what you're hearing, or all of what you're hearing today, is true. It's a difficult situation. I was on the front lines having to discuss this issue with many of my clients, and it was a very difficult conversation. But most understood and we were able to help them get the assistance with the PPP program and other financial assistance. But the real issue for me would be if, in fact, we were to go forward with this type of bill requiring this, it would certainly devastate the insurance industry to the point where I would have very difficult conversations with my clients who I could no longer get standard insurance for. Would relegate us to the surplus lines market, which would be 2 or 3 times what they're paying now, with very little oversight or regulation by the state insurance bureau. So that's not a viable alternative. The real issue, I think, for solving this problem is not a state-by-state issue, but it's really at a federal level, similar to, as you've heard before, the terrorism insurance program that came in after 9/11, where a portion of all commercial policies were put into a pool where the risk could be shared through that pool if, in fact, this terrorism ever happens again. And I think a similar issue is being discussed at the federal level. The insurance industry is engaged in that discussion. I suspect that over the next year or so, as we sort of delve through the financial impacts of this virus, we will have better solutions and better ways to potentially cover this on a national basis and not on a state-by-state basis. Again, I won't belabor the issues. You've heard them all. You'll probably hear more. But it is awfully nice to see all of you, those that I've served with and those that are there now. I enjoyed my time on that committee, and there are times I miss it dearly. So thank you for letting me speak. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee for the Honorable Mr. Foley? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And we will count on those treats. We're gonna hope for a lot of treats when we come back in person. We may need them. Next up, we have Mr. Whelan, Rory Whelan.
Good morning.
Good
morning. Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee for your service. I will be brief. I did submit written testimony and I'll spare you the recitation of that testimony. And simply, I also wanted to thank the sponsor for her thoughtful amendment, removing the retroactive portion. But NAMIC is still opposed to even the amended bill for the reasons that I think was articulated this morning. I would just like to highlight what was pointed out, that the only appropriate response to a pandemic is the federal government. That is the only source of resources, financial resources, to help combat the pandemic and the consequences of that pandemic. And so I just want to point out that in 2020, the federal response included $6 trillion in support of businesses and individuals. So that should give you a scope of maybe what the consequence of a bill like this would be. And then additionally, we know that the federal government just passed an additional $1.9 trillion to help the effects of the pandemic. In terms of the 2020 federal monies, 33,000 Maine businesses received forgivable loans through the PPP program, totaling more than $2.6 billion. The average recipient business was just 10 employees. And the average loan to the 1,500 Maine restaurants that received PPP funding was $118,000. Again, I just raised this to give you a sense of the scope and breadth of the federal government's response to the pandemic. And then lastly, I would add two things to sort of the conversation. One is to note that the National Association of Insurance Commissioners oppose this legislation in other states, again, for all of the reasons previously articulated. And I would also suggest that in terms of what Maine can do to assist small businesses in the state would be to enact civil liability protections. And that is if businesses are doing the right thing, as it were, as it concerns taking the necessary steps to protect their employees, customers, et cetera, that those businesses be protected from frivolous lawsuits. So perhaps that's something that the committee might consider. I thank you for your indulgence and happy to answer any questions.
Sorry. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Wieland?
And I apologize, I thought my video had started. Here I am.
See you now. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Whelan. I don't see any questions from the committee. My next person up for testimony is Ms. Vivian McHale from State Farm.
Good morning.
Welcome, Ms. McHale.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I am Vivian McHale. I'm a resident of Topsom, and I am here today representing State Farm and testifying in opposition to LD 694. I first want to start out by saying we absolutely understand and sympathize and support the hard work that you are all doing to try to bring relief to your constituents. And we very much appreciate the intent of this proposed legislation. But given that and the realities of the insurance business, as has been so helpfully and eloquently explained by those folks who came before me, including the superintendent, and it was so nice to hear from Senator Foley, we do oppose both the original legislation and the amendment for several reasons. I will not go through all my testimony because I know you have a lot to listen to today, but I do want to mention a few things. There has been reference made to NAIC's position on legislation such as this, and I think there's a really instructive quote that they made in a statement in October about this type of legislation, explaining that insurance works well and remains affordable when a relatively small number of claims are spread across a broader group, and therefore it is not well suited for a global pandemic where virtually every policyholder suffers significant losses at the same time for an extended period. And in response, Representative Morris asked some good questions trying to figure out the impact on other lines of insurance. And I have some figures to offer to you, and there are citations in my written testimony, but I think they're instructive. It feels somewhat uncomfortable to be talking about dollars and numbers when we're really here today knowing how much suffering has befallen everyone this last year. But I think it's important because if you look at nationwide small businesses or any businesses with or without business interruption coverage, all those losses could total at least $255 billion per month. And this level of demand would exhaust industry surpluses that are intended to cover claims like homeowner, auto policies in just 2 months. That was pretty staggering to me when I talked to State Farm about this and exactly why we were going to stand up here and say you can't offer this kind of assistance to your struggling constituents. That was really important to bring out. And put another way, that $255 billion number dwarfs the annual industry premiums for all commercial property risks nationwide in those key insurance lines of auto and home. And that number is only $466 billion per year, or $4 billion a month. So we are talking about extreme magnitude here. And at core, the original legislation I do want to mention is really about parties to a contract. And those who went before me and talked about constitutionality and those problems, we really believe that those would be a stumbling block and could draw the state into protracted litigation and give false hope to your constituents. And it really is only the federal government that can begin to address this. Will it be enough? Probably not. But mandating any insurance coverage would be a really concerning legal precedent and drive the insurance industry into insolvency, as so many before me have explained. So I'll leave it at that. I'm here to answer any questions or if you would like additional information. And I thank you so much for your time and attention to this. And we'll be eager to be available to you at the future work session.
Thank you, Ms. McHale. Any questions from the committee for Ms. McHale? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
That is the end of my list. However, I am looking for raised hands among the attendees. I believe that there is one. Yes, I think Mr. Sultan would like to give testimony in opposition, so we'll bring him on into the panel. Welcome, Mr. Sultan. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Representative Templer, members of the committee. My name is Charlie Sultan. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Association of Insurance Companies, and I had checked the right boxes, I thought, to be on the list. Thanks for letting me in. We appreciate, as everybody has said, the intent behind the bill, and we also appreciate Representative Gramlich's attempt to amend the bill. We cannot support the amendment because of a number of reasons. First, one of the issues that has not been talked about yet today is that reinsurance, which is the mechanism by which insurance companies cover their large single event losses as well as their aggregate losses so that they can afford to give and sell policies to more insureds, does not cover and would not cover the exposure that she has talked about in her amendment. So the primary carriers, of which MMG Insurance and Mr. Shaw and my other members would have to cover that entire loss through their reserves. So that would be prohibitive, we believe, given the exposure and the breadth of that exposure that still remains under her proposal. So without reinsurance, we just could not cover those losses. Even if reinsurance was there, as we have all said in our written testimony, and I really urge you to read the written testimony, there's some really good information there. In particular, as the superintendent and others have talked about, the immense scope of what we are going through. It is not Hurricane Sandy. It's not Katrina. It's not the wildfires in California. It's not 4 feet of snow in Colorado. It is literally a worldwide event that affects literally everybody on the planet. And it is just a catastrophic event. We've stated that the government, our federal government, has already contributed $6 trillion in aid, if not more, to the states and to people and businesses trying to keep them afloat in this pandemic. As I understood Representative Gramlich's amendment, and I couldn't get all of it, it was for a loss of businesses for closing for an unforeseen event. And I didn't get all of her events, but I thought one was a power shutdown. There just would be impossible to try and price these events, predict how often they would be, whether they'd be national or regional or a county, you know, having an ice storm, whatever. So it would be just virtually impossible to price. And if we could price it, it would likely be prohibitive, especially if we can't get reinsurance to cover a larger aggregate set of losses. You know, as much as we all would like to be able to cover this event and cover, you know, large events, I think the superintendent was very eloquent that there's just some events you can't do because they're too broad. And then to follow up, you know, this clearly is, as Senator Foley said, a national discussion. Maine cannot do it alone, whether through this amendment or any other. It has to be a nationally addressed issue. There are a couple of competing early proposals floating in Washington to see if it is something that can be quantified, capped, you know, controlled, and then made affordable, and so on. You know, you mentioned the National Flood Insurance Program. As popular as that is, it's barely used in the larger sense of those exposed to flood. It is literally sinking in red ink because not enough premium has been collected for it. And at some point that will have to be addressed. So we're even concerned whether or not a national program can be fiscally done on a sound basis.
Can you wrap it up, please, Mr. Sullivan?
I think that's enough. I would just, you know, I think we all urge you, and I think you get the sense that even trying to tailor this in a smaller package is still unworkable on something that does threaten the industry and would actually harm business in the long run.
Any questions for Mr. Sultan from the committee? See, yes, please, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Sultan, for coming. I understand what you're saying about a solution at the national level, but since this is such a significant issue, is the industry in Maine, what are we doing in Maine to address it rather than waiting for the federal government?
Thank you for your question, Representative Evans. We are actually, I mean, because of the scope of the issue, we feel there is little we can do other than try to keep working with our insureds to provide whatever coverage and that we can. We still get claims. There are other avenues of loss that we are covering during the pandemic for various, events. We're trying to make sure we're always there for all of the lines of insurance, whether it's homeowners or commercial or auto. But we are also engaged with our colleagues in DC and working with the federal delegation to address these concerns. So you heard earlier from Rory Whalen. Our association works closely with NAMIC in DC to put forward ideas and to talk solutions with our delegation. We have an engaged delegation. So that's really where we see the best use of our time in working for a solution addressing this particular crisis.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sultan. Seeing none, is there anyone else in the queue who would like to testify in opposition? Is there anyone else who would like to testify neither for nor against? I see that Representative Gramlich has her hand up. I don't know if we can invite her back again at this time. That's generally not done. So we'll ask her to save her comments for the work session or to communicate them in writing to the committee, which is very welcome. And we will close the hearing on LD 694. And we'll take a 5-minute break at this point so that folks can get a drink or use the facilities. And when we come back, we will hear from LD 615 and Representative Grohowski. So 5 minutes, please come back by 11:15, members of the committee. Thank you very much. And don't forget to mute yourself and turn off your video for 5 minutes. Okay, it's 1:15. I'm going to ask my committee members to please rejoin us in the panel. We have quite a bit of work to do still. Hoping a few more will come back. Okay, I'm going to get started now, and welcome Representative Grohowski, and we'll be delighted to hear from you regarding LD 615, an act to remove the advanced cardiac life support certification requirement for dental therapists. Please go ahead.
Good morning. It's still morning. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Service. I'm pleased to be visiting your committee for the first time so far this session. I am Nicole Grohowski, and I represent the communities of Ellsworth and Trenton. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of LD 615, an act to remove the advanced cardiac life support certification requirement for dental therapists. This bill seeks to repeal the requirement set in statute in 2019 that a dental hygienist seeking authority to practice as a dental therapist must provide, quote, verification of a current advanced cardiac life support certification, end quote. It may sound like a reasonable requirement until you hear that dentists and other dental hygienists in Maine do not need to have this high a level of certification. All dental hygienists are required to have basic life support training to be eligible for licensure, so this additional level of certification is onerous and creates a barrier for entry for many practitioners seeking to work in Maine. There is a great need to expand access to dental care in Maine, and these mid-level providers can play a key role in filling gaps that exist, especially in underserved and rural areas. More detailed testimony in support of this legislation has been submitted by the Maine Dental Hygienists Association, the Maine Board of Dental Practice, and the Maine Primary Care Association. I hope you will listen to their arguments in support of this change and act swiftly to pass this legislation. Thank you for listening attentively to my short testimony in support of LD 615. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Grohowski. We're thrilled with the brevity. And I want to know if any members of the committee have questions for the representative about her bill. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, and we'll welcome Ms. Valancourt from the Board of Dental Practice in support of the bill.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Penny Valancourt. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Board of Dental Practice. And thank you for the opportunity to be before you in support of LD 615. I've submitted written testimony. I'll be brief. In essence, this bill looks to eliminate a life support certification that was put into place 2 years ago. What the returning committee members may recall is that there were several changes made to the dental therapy provisions for licensure. In part, some of those provisions removed the practice setting restriction. So again, 2 years ago, dental therapists were restricted only to practice in facilities that were licensed by DHHS or nonprofits. 2 years ago, the committee actually offered an amendment to remove that restriction, but to put into place otherwise protections to ensure that the dental therapists would be able to respond to emergency situations. That was a dialogue 2 years ago, and boy, has a lot changed since. To that end, the board actually adopted Board Rule Chapter 12. That rule requires every licensee of the board to adopt and follow emergency protocols. Those are all extensive in Board Rule Chapter 12. I'd be happy to explain all of those, but in essence, the board agrees and concurs that with that new rule recently adopted, it really does not necessitate for the therapist to hold the advanced life support certification. As was noted earlier, all licensees are required to have either basic life support, advanced training, or basic CPR certification. I'd be happy to answer any questions now or at work session, but again, thank the committee for its time.
Thank you, Ms. Valancourt. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Valancourt? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And is there anyone else who would like to testify in support of the bill? Yes, Ms. Campbell, I have you down as neither for nor against, but if you are changing your position, you're very welcome to join us.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Campbell.
Technology, sorry, I must have checked the wrong box too. Definitely, we are here in support of LD 615. Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Elizabeth Campbell. I'm with the law firm of Preddy Flaherty, and I'm here today on behalf of our client, the Maine Dental Hygienists Association, to testify in support of LD 615. We've submitted written testimony from Lorraine Klug, the president-elect of the Maine Dental Hygienists Association, and I understand brevity, and a lot of, or much of what I think was important was covered by the Maine Dental Board, so I will try to be extremely brief. Basically, as you already know, Maine dental providers, dentists, dental hygienists, dental therapists are already required to have basic life support training to practice in Maine. ACLS, or Advanced Cardiac Life Support, is a much higher level of certification with more specialized knowledge and training, especially to deal with emergency situations. So that includes things like intubation, more advanced pharmacology, interpretation of electrocardiograms. Dental therapists in Maine, under the new guidelines, can practice separately, as the executive director of the dental board mentioned, and I won't get into all that, but currently dental therapists do practice under a written practice agreement with a supervising dentist. And right now, most dentists aren't required to have ACLS training. Only those that provide moderate or deep sedation are required to have ACLS certification under Maine board rules. So essentially, if dental therapists are required to have this training, they're going to have a higher level of CPR certification than their supervisors, which doesn't seem right and doesn't seem necessary. ACLS is also not required by CODA, which stands for the American Dental Association Commission on Dental Accreditation, which governs the educational requirements for dental therapists in Maine. They don't require that as a standard. Protection of the public and patient safety is, of course, of utmost importance, but requiring a dental therapist to have ACLS training and verification is not necessary to meet that objective. Basically, just quickly, as the board, the executive director of the Maine Board of Dental Practice pointed out, when the board voted last week to support LD 615, they did reference those new board rules, which requires that all licensees, dental licensees, including dental therapists, have emergency protocols in place. And that will ensure that all patients are protected in the event, the unlikely event, but the event of an emergency situation. As we know, Maine needs more dental care providers, and the hope is that dental therapists will be able to fill a lot of that need for basic dental care. ACLS certification, we believe, is a barrier to more dental therapist licensure in the state of Maine. Given that most, even dentists, the supervising dentists, are only required to have the basic life support, and in consideration of the other protections in place for dental therapists, such as the written practice agreement with a supervising dentist and the requirement that emergency protocols be established under Board Rule 12, requiring ACLS certification seems unnecessary. I appreciate the committee's time. I hope I was brief enough, but if you have any questions, I will try to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Campbell? Yes, Representative Quint, please go ahead.
I'm just wondering, I didn't actually see it, but I haven't gone through everything yet. But can you explain the emergency protocol, what exactly that entails?
Sure. So,
thank you.
Yeah, it's under the Maine Board of Dental Practice rules. It's under Rule 12. And okay, so under Section 1D, it sets forth a list of a number of items that all licensees shall have, and this constitutes the emergency protocol. Would you like me to just go through them quickly?
Can you do it quickly? Yes.
Yeah. Adopt and follow a written protocol for managing medical or dental emergencies, so protocol in place. 2, maintain a current emergency drug kit appropriate to the scope of practice. 3, maintain communication equipment that ensures rapid access to emergency responders and others as necessary. 4, provide training, if responsible, for hiring and or supervising staff to ensure that staff are trained upon employment, supervision, and at least annually thereafter to implement the emergency protocols. And then the last one is to maintain accessibility to an automated external defibrillator device. And though people who have basic life support skills are trained in how to use that. So
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your question.
Any other questions for Ms. Campbell from the committee? Nope, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the meeting who would like to testify in favor of LD 615? Seeing none, is there anyone who would like to testify in opposition to LD 615? Is there anyone who would like to testify neither for nor against LD 615? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing on LD 615 and we'll open a hearing on LD 631, an act to provide funding for Maine's Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program, sponsored by our very own Senator Brenner. So Senator Brenner, please introduce your bill. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me okay? All right. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and colleagues of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. As you all know, I'm Senator Stacey Brenner. I represent District 30, and I'm here to introduce LD 631, an act to provide funding for Maine's Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program. Studies have shown that many people have trouble understanding their health insurance. For example, a survey of 2,000 people found that only 4% of participants could correctly identify 4 common insurance terms: deductible, co-insurance, co-payment, and out-of-pocket maximum. Whether someone is trying to enroll in insurance or figure out how to get coverage for a medication or service under their plan, navigating health insurance can be extremely confusing and often becomes even more challenging when compounded by other factors, such as losing a job or experiencing a medical emergency. In 2019, Maine's legislature enacted bipartisan legislation to establish the Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program to provide support to individuals enrolling in health coverage and seeking resolution of issues with using their insurance after enrollment. The legislation directed the Attorney General to contract with a nonprofit independent health insurance consumer assistance entity that is not an insurer to operate the Consumer Assistance Program, or CAP. Services to be provided by the CAP include educating people about their coverage options, helping people to enroll in coverage and to access subsidies for health plans on the marketplace, helping people understand their rights and responsibilities under their insurance contract, such as how to access coverage for specialist services, out-of-network care, or other medically necessary health care, and providing information and assistance to individuals with filing complaints and appeals to group health plans, health insurance carriers, and independent review organizations, such as appealing a decision to deny coverage or authorization for a medically necessary service or treatment. The CAP also conducts outreach to educate the public about available assistance and collects and tracks information about the problems people encounter with health insurance. The services provided by the Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program play a critical role in ensuring that consumers are able to find health insurance and are able to access the benefits they're entitled to. The CAP is currently funded through a transfer of available other special revenue fund balances from the Department of Professional and Financial Regulations to the Department of the Attorney General. However, without legislative action, this funding will end later this year. LD 631 will continue funding for the Attorney General to contract with a designated nonprofit and independent health insurance consumer assistance entity to operate the Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program. Since the Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program was established by the legislature in 2019, the need for services provided by the CAP has only increased. Over the past year, the COVID-19 pandemic caused widespread economic disruption, and thousands of people in Maine experienced job loss or changes in their income, and many lost their employer-based coverage as a result. On top of the changes in insurance status, the pandemic spurred several other changes to health insurance, such as requirements for coverage of COVID-19 testing, treatment, and vaccines. Recent changes made at the federal level through the American Rescue Plan, with dramatically increased eligibility for subsidy through the marketplace, as well provide new financial assistance to help pay COBRA premiums. These changes will affect people new and these changes will offer people new and improved opportunities to get affordable health coverage. But in order to take advantage of these opportunities, people may have to make changes to their health coverage, including switching to a new plan. It is important that individuals understand all their coverage options and their rights and responsibilities under their health plans, and ensuring that consumer assistance is available to help people navigate these changes and take advantage of new consumer protections or added benefits is a crucial component of this. The health insurance landscape is perpetually changing, and it is critical that people have the support they need to enroll in coverage and to help them get the most out of their insurance plan. Health insurance has been shown to increase access to medical care and is associated with improved health outcomes. Increasing enrollment also helps to improve stability within the insurance markets and increase affordability of healthcare. When everyone gets the healthcare and coverage they need, we are all better off as a society. Supporting consumer assistance to help more people in Maine get health coverage and use their insurance successfully is a smart investment for Maine. I ask that you support LD 631 to continue funding for the Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program. And I'm happy to answer questions, but I do believe that there are folks following me that will probably be better at answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions for Senator Brenner regarding LD 631? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Senator. And we'll move to those in support of the bill and start with Drew Christopher Joy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Sorry, it's my first time doing this, and I got a little bit lost. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and honorable members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Drew Christopher Joy. I'm a resident of Portland and a staff organizer with the Southern Maine Workers Center. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 631 and act to provide funding for Maine's Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program. The Southern Maine Workers Center is a member-led organization with a mission to improve the lives, working condition, and terms of employment for people in Maine. Our work centers on what we believe are the human right to healthcare and work with dignity. In the United States, access to healthcare in a person's workplace or work history are inextricably linked. Nothing has made it more clear that the challenges and frustrations of the system in the recent pandemic. But for many low-wage workers, even before the pandemic, navigating their health insurance options was an impossible task. Many of the members of this Other Main Workers Center, who we now call essential workers, these are folks who work for low-wage jobs in our food and hospitality industries, who sell us our groceries and other essential items, and who care for the elders and people with disabilities in our communities. Some of our members are independent contractors, scraping together a living from different sources, or gig workers, delivering food or getting us from place to place. Workers in these fields experience any of these following relationships to healthcare coverage. Employer-provided insurance with deductibles so high it's basically useless. Insurance bought on the Affordable Care Act market that may or may not cover necessary medications, but was the sort of most affordable option. Insurance bought on the Affordable Care Act marketplace, even if they might qualify for main care and get better coverage that way. Some people have no coverage at all. And especially when folks lose their jobs, they kind of can be in a tailspin about what even to do. Between our members and the calls that we get to our worker support hotline, we talk to hundreds of people in Maine every year who are navigating these kinds of conditions. They're often frustrated, hopeless, scared, and confused about their healthcare, in addition to whatever work issue that they came to us for. We are grateful to have an excellent resource to send people to. Consumers for Affordable Healthcare's CAP helpline has been an incredible resource. I've personally sent dozens of people to that line, from our members to my partner. Everyone I've ever sent reports back that they understand their rights better and have been able to make an informed decision about their health coverage. Many of the workers that we send to the hotline end up finding out that they can get their insurance to cover treatment, or that they qualify for a more affordable health plan. And the relief on their faces and in their voices is incredible. This year, during the pandemic, we helped hundreds of people with their unemployment claims, which is a frustrating ordeal in and of itself. Many of these same workers need help navigating their healthcare too. That was beyond our scope, but we were grateful to have a resource to send people to. This program is essential for Maine's workers, pandemic or not, and we strongly support providing the financial backing needed to ensure this program continues to serve Maine workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee for Drew Christopher Joy? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. And next up in support, Ms. Harvey McPherson.
There, good afternoon, Representative Tepler and Senator Sanborn and committee members. My name is Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I'm here to speak in support of this bill on behalf of Northern Light Health. Today, Northern Light Health has 36 application counselors that are employed by our member organizations, and our counselors are located in Aroostook, Hancock, Kennebec, Penobscot, Piscataqua, Somerset, and Cumberland counties. Our staff routinely work with individuals in our communities that need assistance with insurance, and it's important to know that our financial counselors work with individuals irrespective of whether or not they are a patient of Northern Light Health. It's a community service, and we work to benefit the entire community, supporting insurance coverage. Consumers for Affordable Healthcare is an important partner to us. They provide a lot of the training programs to support our financial counselors. So as we hire a new counselor, they have training programs that onboard individuals in understanding, the basics of Medicaid, for example. And for our more advanced counselors, they have training trainings that support our counselors to strengthen their skills as we support individuals in the community as they seek healthcare insurance coverage. And we also work closely with them and their hotline as individuals may transfer from our program over to their program, or they may transfer individuals to our program for assistance. So they're an important community asset. And we rely upon them and their expertise to help us strengthen our programs. So I'm glad to speak in support of this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey McPherson. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Harvey McPherson? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And also in support, we have Lori Adler. Welcome, Ms. Adler.
Am I here?
Yes, you are here now. We can see.
Okay, great. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Tepler. I was afraid my camera might not work today. I've been having trouble with the laptop. Anyway, my name is Lori Adler. I just recently moved to Portland, Maine from New York, and I'm offering my testimony in support of LD 631 to provide funding for Maine's Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program. I moved here. My daughter and son-in-law are here and are expecting my first grandbaby. I lost insurance coverage through a job and was, put on COBRA, which, as everyone knows, is very expensive. So to, navigate at 62, the health insurance system in a new state was a little challenging, not ready for Medicare, and salary requirements varied. So an insurance broker here actually sent me over to Helen Roy at the CAP helpline. Difficult to connect back and forth, leaving messages, but we finally did. And this woman, I have to say, navigated this system and program and got me to a place in the marketplace on her own time after hours, which just blew me away. But I needed, to get the coverage as soon as possible because I didn't want to have a lapse. I'm due for my physical and certain other checkups that I need to follow up on. So when I spoke with Helen, she actually went through the numbers, salary, different ways of getting myself up to, I guess, Obamacare, Biden care guidelines, and not to fall behind. And she also helped me figure out which health plan to choose. I'm ecstatic. It was, again, not being technically savvy on all aspects of navigating a system that I haven't had to navigate in my whole life. I've always been covered by either an employer or a spouse. So this was a first for me. And it was a weight off my shoulders. Now I have health insurance through Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. Thank you, Helen Roy. And it's not easy to find insurance, especially if you can't find, a new job. Thankfully, I am employed, but again, insurance not covered by the employer. So I had to go through the marketplace. And I'm just feeling positive that I do have health insurance and a job and a weight off my mind. Health insurance is important. This group of young people and Helen in particular, the Consumer Assistance Program is essential, in my opinion, to help people, especially people, a little bit older that may not have a job coverage or insurance through Medicaid. And it just makes it easier when there's somebody caring enough to help navigate it. And she just went the extra step, and I'm forever grateful. So I encourage to continue the funding for the Consumer Assistance Program and the helpline. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out there like me who haven't had to navigate for themselves until recently. So the helpline just provides a valuable service, and I think the funding is important. So I ask that you do support LD 631 and continue funding the Consumer Insurance Assistant Program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adler. Any questions for Ms. Adler? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank
And
you.
next up, we have Julia Underwood from Augusta. Ms. Underwood?
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Julia Underwood. I'm the Associate Director of Consumers for Affordable Healthcare. I'm here to testify in support of LD 631. Consumers often find utilizing private health insurance benefits confusing. Challenging an insurance company's decision to deny a claim can be particularly confounding for consumers and providers alike. Maine's Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program functions as a resource for both. Attached to my written testimony are the statements of 3 consumers who could not be here today, consumers who availed themselves of the Consumer Assistance Program and who also support LD 631. The first is from Anthony Jaguar, a resident of Topsom, who suffers from Crohn's disease. Because of the severity of his condition, Mr. Jaguar's physician recommended he receive a course of treatment that has been studied only recently, but which results in positive health outcomes. When their initial attempt to get coverage failed, they turned to the Consumer Assistance Program for help. We successfully challenged the insurance company's clinical guidelines. Mr. Jaguar is now receiving this potentially life-saving treatment. The second is from Stephen Levine, a resident of Westbrook. Mr. Levine is challenging his insurance company's decision to deny coverage at an in-network rate for medical care delivered by an out-of-network specialist. Over the course of 3 years, Mr. Levine endured multiple medical interventions for a hernia that resulted in significant complications and extensive scarring in his abdomen. He turned to the Consumer Assistance Program for help in demonstrating that the surgery required to treat his condition involved much more complex procedures than otherwise qualified providers were prepared to perform.
Ms. Underwood?
Yes.
If the third example is in your written testimony, can you skip over it? Because we will read it and get to it and appreciate it. We just have a lot of people to hear from today.
Certainly. I would just point out that these are 3 disparate cases. The first one challenging medical policy guidelines, the second out-of-network care, and the third a hospital bill. So they would be here, could they be here? Thank you.
You may continue.
All 3 consumers relied upon the Consumer Assistance Program to help them analyze their coverage, determine if the insurance company's decision was correct, and seek redress when appropriate. Funding for Maine's Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program will ensure consumers have this important service available to them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm just attempting to collapse testimony and make things more brief. I apologize for picking on you, as it were. And next up in support, we have Kate Endy, also from Consumers for Affordable Healthcare, and I'll just ask Ms. Endy to be as brief as possible. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Endy.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn, Representative Templer, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to submit these comments in support of LD 631, an act to provide funding for Maine's Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program. I also want to thank Senator Brenner for introducing this bill. My name is Kate Endy. I'm the Policy Director at Consumers for Affordable Healthcare, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that advocates for Maine people to be heard, respected, and well served in a health system that provides coverage, access, and quality affordable care to all. You'll be receiving written testimony, and with that, I will attach a report that was submitted to the Attorney General that provides additional data on the Consumer Assistance Program over the past year. But for the sake of brevity, we'll for now just provide a little bit of background information. Initially, under the Affordable Care Act, there were grants to establish in states consumer assistance programs to help individuals enroll in coverage, and also to help them understand their rights and responsibilities, exercise their rights, and get the most out of their coverage, as well as to collect and report on issues with using health insurance to improve enforcement of new protections. In 2010, the Maine Attorney General and Maine Superintendent designated Consumers for Affordable Healthcare as Maine's health insurance consumer assistance program. And as such, we operate a toll-free and face-to-face assistance for Mainers who need help enrolling in coverage or assistance with other insurance issues. However, federal funding has not been available to support this work since about 2016. CAIC continued to provide CAP services to individuals, such as helping people enroll and resolve issues with insurance, even after the federal funding ended. However, without that funding, the Maine CAP program operated with reduced staffing that limited our ability to provide assistance to people seeking help with private insurance issues, such as appeals, which Julia has already spoken about the importance of. CAPs continue to operate without federal funding in more than 30 states, and many of those are supported by state funding. As Senator Brennan already mentioned, Maine's legislature passed legislation in 2019 to establish a health insurance consumer assistance program and to provide funding for that program. And so we strongly support this bill in order to continue that funding to ensure that that assistance can remain available to people. As Senator Brenner also mentioned, this type of assistance has become even in higher demand during the pandemic with the widespread job layoffs and changes in income that people were experiencing and navigating those transitions. And on top of that, there's also some changes at the federal level, which I know have been referenced by others in this committee at other times, around increased subsidies and having new types of subsidies available for COBRA. But all of that is going to be complex for some people to take full advantage of, and may require them to switch out their insurance coverage, possibly for the first time. And so we strongly urge the committee to support this bill, and I'm happy to answer any other questions. And I'll also just mention that in addition to providing assistance to individuals, we also provide, as Ms. Harvey McPherson referenced, trainings to support navigators, brokers, agents, and other enrollment, social service, and healthcare professionals in order to strengthen Maine's enrollment network to maximize the success of enrollment in Maine. And I know that there are other individuals and organizations that couldn't be here today that have or will be submitting written testimony. And I believe the Attorney General has also submitted a letter to the committee. So I would encourage the committee to take a look at those documents as they come in. But thank you so much for this opportunity. And as I said, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Endy. And I think I forgot to ask Ms. Underwood if there were any questions from the committee for her. So if we need to call her back, if anyone does have a question for her, please let me know. And I see that there is a question for Ms. Endy. Please go ahead, Representative Arford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here with us today, Ms. Endy. Quick question. Is there any other program that provides a full range, comprehensive information to consumers available in the state of Maine that is in any way similar to the program that you offer and the one we're seeking funding for today?
Not to my knowledge. There are several organizations that do help with enrollment in coverage, through marketplace plans as well. But I think that the full spectrum of services that the CAP program provides, which do include helping people enroll in plans, but also the post-enrollment issues of navigating that coverage, figuring out how to get your plan to pay for the out-of-network specialist you need or the prescription you need that isn't covered by the plan. So not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Endy from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who would like to testify in support of LD 631? Seeing none, is there anyone who would like to testify in opposition to LD 631? I see one attendee has their hand up. Oh, Mr. Sultan. Okay, Mr. Sultan would like to speak, I believe, in opposition to LD 631. Mr. Sultan?
Thank you, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Charlie Sultan. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Association of Insurance Companies, and I may be the person strapped to the railroad tracks as a train is coming at me. But I want to raise, because this is an issue of funding that I feel passionate about, and my members feel passionate about. And that is using funds out of the surplus funds of the Bureau of Insurance. As you know, property casualty insurers pay a rather large sum of money every year for agent appointments. Agents pay a large sum of money for their licensing and so on. And using those funds for purposes that are not related to what we do as property and casualty carriers is troublesome. There are a number of vacant positions at the Bureau the funds could be used for. I'm sure the Bureau can't talk about, discuss that. And we have no problem with the underlying program that's being advocated here. It served, I think, the citizens of Maine really well. It's just that the funding for it shouldn't be swept out of the Bureau of Insurance. Since the first administration, or the first year of Governor Baldacci's administration, and virtually every year since then, there have been what appropriations euphemistically calls a sweep, as Representative Tepler knows, and those of us in the industry who pay the fees into the Bureau call stealing funds out of the Bureau of Insurance. And so I just want to use this couple of minutes to educate about our views on the use of those funds out of the Bureau, and urge you to look to the general fund or some other area to continue supporting the program. And that's all. I didn't have time to put together the chart. Years ago, I would run an annual chart to appear in appropriations about this. It had gotten to over $17 million being taken out of the Bureau over the years. It's a staggering number, and I think I stopped keeping count probably close to 6 years ago. So I just urge you to look for alternative funds to support the program in that way, and not by sweeping or stealing funds out of the Bureau. So thanks.
I just want to point out to the committee that there is nothing illegal about the action of the Appropriations Committee in sweeping funds from other special revenue. That it can be problematic at times, but it is part of the processes by which we balance our budget as a state. So
it's a habit I'd like you to stop.
I'm not on appropriations currently, Mr. Sultan, so really can't affect that change, but also I think that given the balanced budget situation, that is just part of the deal. Any other questions from members of the committee for Mr. Sultan? Yes, Representative Morris, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify something you said in your testimony regarding the sweeping of the funds. You said you've been keeping track. You said it went back to about 2003 is I believe the year you used.
Yeah, you're teasing my memory, but I haven't Google when John Baldacci became governor, and that's when it started.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I will try and dig up. I've been kind of consumed by the previous bill this morning, so I hadn't prepared try to update that chart yet. And if I get a moment before Thursday or next week, I'll try and do that.
Okay, that'd be great.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sultan. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. And looking for anyone else who would like to testify in opposition to LD 631. Seeing none, on my neither for nor against list, I have Superintendent Chapa. Can we please bring the superintendent in to testify? Welcome, Superintendent.
Good afternoon, Representative Tepler, Senator Sanborn, members of the committee. I am Superintendent of Insurance Eric Chapa, and I'm here to speak neither for nor against LD 631. This bill would add a provisions of the Health Plan Improvement Act chapter of the Insurance Code requiring the state to pay the Health Insurance Consumer Assistance, or HICAP, on a permanent basis and in unallocated language would transfer a total of $400,000 from the Bureau's other special revenue funds account to the Attorney General's office to fund this program. The federal government established a consumer assistance programs under the Affordable Care Act in 2010 to help people find coverage options and enroll in coverage. Maine received federal grants for the HICAP for the first few years the ACA was in effect. Federal funds for all consumer assistance programs were discontinued in 2012. In response, the 129th legislature enacted PL 2019, Chapter 522, which resurrected the HICAP. This program assists consumers with complaints and appeals, education on their rights and responsibilities within the health insurance, information to aid them in making informed coverage purchasing decisions, and in obtaining federal premium tax credits. The Attorney General's office has contracted with Consumers for Affordable Health Care to provide this program since 2019. Under this law, the Bureau paid $200,000 on October 2019 and again on July 2020 to fund the program. This bill seeks the same funding from the Bureau. The Bureau supports efforts to assist Maine with health insurance issues and questions. However, the legislature has dedicated the Bureau's funding to support the superintendent's obligation to enforce the insurance laws of Maine. We hope that using dedicated funds for programs that do not directly relate to entities or programs subject to our jurisdiction would not be a regular practice. And I'd be happy to answer any questions now or after this work session.
Thank you, Superintendent. Are there any questions from the committee regarding the superintendent's testimony? Yes, Representative Morris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if, Mr. Superintendent, if you could get us some running total as well of the amount of money that's been swept out of the Bureau of Insurance's budget dedicated fund since you became superintendent?
I can provide that for the work session, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bleier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Superintendent Chapa. I'm just a quick question, just a clarification. Does this committee have the authority to present bills that would sweep money from the Bureau like this?
I believe so. I don't know the answer to that question, but I know last session, again, the prior bill, it was passed by committee and I assume it went to appropriations and it was approved. So.
Thank you.
I will add that I think it's a question of a fiscal note and prior practice, not a question of our directing the sweeping of the funds. So thank you very much, Superintendent. Seeing no further questions from the committee, is there anyone who would like to testify neither for nor against LD 631? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on LD 631, and we'll move directly to LD 653, sponsored by our very own Representative Poppy Arpert. But I would like to just take a moment and say that because of some things going on in other committees today, we'll take a very short break following our public hearings and then move directly into work session on the 4 bills scheduled for today. Our senator has to be in judiciary this afternoon, and she would like to participate in those work sessions, although she's not with us at the moment. And so instead of stopping for a long lunch break, we'll keep going in the hopes that we'll have a late lunch. So next up, Representative Arford, please go ahead and present your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respective colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to present LD 653, an act to provide Maine residents losing employer-based health coverage with information about other coverage. This bill revises and updates the Maine Insurance Code, Chapter 35, Section 1B of Title 24A. Section 1B was last revised in 2007 and requires carriers to provide information that is no longer accurate and fails to ensure that Maine people losing their employer-based coverage are provided with adequate information to secure the most affordable replacement health coverage. There is also no mention of the Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program, which we were just discussing. Currently, the place for the Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program currently provided by Maine Consumers for Affordable Health Care, which I will now refer to as CAKE in my testimony. CAKE brought this bill idea to me as their Consumer Assistance Program helpline is experiencing a significant increase in people calling to ask for help to find and secure individual health insurance after losing their employer-provided group insurance. People are confused, unsure of options and enrollment deadlines, and generally overwhelmed by the process. As a result, Maine people in need of health insurance for themselves and their families are missing enrollment periods, access to affordable options, and may be left uninsured when their employer group insurance is terminated. LD 653 acts to remedy this by providing information in a simple, straightforward manner. This includes identifying the types of health coverage options available, the enrollment periods, and eligibility criteria. As you can imagine, it is vital that people know about the enrollment deadlines so they don't miss out on coverage for which they are eligible. Importantly, 653 does not create a new notice requirement for carriers or employers. Carriers are already required to provide such notice to individuals when their coverage in a group health plan is terminating. Rather, the bill makes much needed updates to information requirements for existing notices. With passage of this bill, the notices will include more information to ensure individuals are adequately informed about available coverage options. This information includes dates for the special and annual open enrollment period for individual health insurance, financial assistance available through the insurance marketplace, health coverage available for eligible individuals through MaineCare, how to contact Maine's Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program for help. Bottom line is that transitions in healthcare coverage are challenging. I think we all know that, especially when related to other life changes, such as losing a job, changing employers, or surviving a worldwide pandemic. The Maine people who lost their job and their insurance this past year may have had employer-based coverage for many years and are unsure of how to shop for insurance on their own. How many of us truly understand what coverage options are available to us, or where to go to sign up for new insurance, or how to get help enrolling in coverage? I had firsthand experience with this as my husband retired last year, and we had to transition ourselves and our 23-year-old son to other insurance. Honestly, if access to the information we needed to make the best decision had been offered to us at the time my husband's coverage was terminating, it would have been a game changer. Such information was not provided, and the experience was overwhelming. This bill is a common sense information access update that acts to ensure Maine people who lose group health insurance are provided with straightforward, comprehensive information about other coverage options, how to enroll, where to get help navigating their health insurance transition. Please join me in supporting this bill. Thank you for your consideration. Kate Andy, CAKE Policy Director, will also be testifying and available to answer further questions about this bill. I am, though, happy to answer if desired.
Any questions for the sponsor, Representative Arford? Seeing none, I'll begin with supporters of the bill. And first up, we have the superintendent, Superintendent Chapa. Welcome again, Superintendent.
Good afternoon again, and hopefully this will be the last time you hear from me this set of public hearings. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 653. This bill would amend the existing law, which requires that when a group policy is being canceled, the carrier must provide written notice to group members about their rights to purchase individual coverage. Carriers must also provide copies of this notice to group policyholders to share with members whose group coverage will be ending for reasons such as termination of employment. We believe providing concrete details about these options would be very helpful to Mainers losing their coverage. And I would also note this bill would remove language from the notices regarding pre-existing exclusions. Because state law and the ACA prohibit carriers from taking actions based on pre-existing conditions, this language is not needed. And thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions now or at the work session.
Any questions from the committee for the superintendent? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Superintendent. And also in support of the bill, next up we have Hillary Schneider. Ms. Schneider from the American Cancer Society, ASCAN.
Good afternoon. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. My name is Hillary Schneider, and I am the Maine Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to submit this testimony on LD in support of LD 653. This year, an estimated 10,090 Mainers will be diagnosed with cancer. And for many of these individuals, their cancer care will extend over months and sometimes even years. As you likely know, having insurance coverage is vitally important for people to have access to cancer treatment and beyond their treatment and early detection. We know that cancer patients with insurance are more likely to be diagnosed at earlier stages and more likely to survive from the disease. It's not uncommon for a cancer patient to need to go on medical leave or quit their job in order to focus on treating their cancer. The many appointments, sometimes needing to travel far distances, even including out of state for treatment, as well as the side effects of the cancer, the treatments may make it too challenging or even impossible to work. For some cancer patients, fighting cancer becomes their full-time job. Other cancer patients may be able to continue working, but may lose their job due to a layoff, like has happened to many Mainers in the past year from the economic impacts of COVID. If the cancer patient has obtained their health coverage through their employer, the loss of employment also results in loss of health coverage. Sometimes this coverage is also for other members of their family. While some cancer patients may qualify for disability coverage, it often takes months for eligibility to be approved and coverage to start. For patients that do not qualify for disability coverage, their options may be limited, as COBRA coverage is often very expensive and may be financially out of reach. A cancer diagnosis may be the cause of the patient losing job-based health coverage, yet it is also likely the time when they need that coverage the most. I was recently told the story of a Mainer that was faced with this situation. This woman had a stable job that was the source of her health insurance coverage. She was diagnosed with cancer and went on medical leave. She was recently notified by her employer that she would be soon losing her health insurance coverage. She could not afford COBRA. Her husband had lost his job due to COVID, but fortunately he had just found another job. So she's hopeful that they can go on his insurance. A few months earlier, this would not have been the case. I happened to just talk to this woman yesterday, and I'm hoping she's going to share her story with you guys in writing soon. But for her, this is not just about a piece of paper. She's confused about her options. Her husband's employer has told her certain things about timelines for coverage, and she's hearing information that is inconsistent, and she's worried. She has a young daughter who may need to go to the doctor, and she's worried about what her options are. So, and the last thing she needs to be worrying about right now while she's battling her cancer is her coverage and what her options are. Fortunately, I put her in touch with Consumers for Affordable Healthcare, and I'm hopeful that they can help her with her options. This story has hit close to home for me, as my mother was a nurse, and it was through her employer that my family received our health coverage. When she was diagnosed with breast cancer for the second time, her battle soon became too much for her to continue working. While I was only 11 years old at the time of her diagnosis, I clearly remember the stress that navigating health coverage and affording her treatment placed on my mother and father. LD 653 would make it easier for cancer patients who lose their job-based coverage to have readily available information about their options. Insurers are already required to communicate with patients when they are losing their coverage, as you've heard. The additional information that LD 653 would require in such communication lays out clear, actionable options by notifying the individual of important information that this patient I was talking to yesterday need. That they qualify for special enrollment, the length of time that they have between changing coverage and when they have to apply by, that they may qualify for main care, and the contact information for finding more information.
Wrap it up, please, Ms. Schneider.
Yeah. So losing one's health coverage while undergoing cancer treatment is often extremely stressful. By passing LD 653, you could make navigating the loss of health coverage a little less stressful for cancer patients, and could also potentially help ensure those patients retain adequate, affordable health care. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony, and we'll move on to Ms. Peltro, who also will be offering testimony in support of the bill.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Peltro.
Okay. Good afternoon. Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Pelletreau. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Association of Health Plans, and I speak in support today of LD 653. I will be very brief. We are supportive of this bill and efforts to provide education and support for consumers seeking health insurance coverage. As has been previously noted, it seems practical and common sense to us. So we're happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Peltro. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to Ms. Cook from Community Health Options. Ms. Cook.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Cook. Well, first, good afternoon, Chair Tepler and members of the committee. I'm Kim Cook, and I'm here to testify in support on behalf of Community Health Options and appreciate Representative Arford's efforts to bring forward this piece of legislation. As you all may know, Community Health Options is Maine's only nonprofit co-op health insurance company, and we exist for the benefit of our members and our mission, which is to provide affordable, high-quality benefits that promote health and well-being. We offer our support for this legislation as it aims to ensure that those who are facing the loss of their group health insurance coverage have valuable information about accessing available coverage and resources. This limited additional disclosure builds on existing notice requirements that exist in statute already. And in today's world, this information can be easily made available electronically with little, if any, burden, either by the insurer or the group policyholder. We think this is a worthwhile step to ensure that Maine people are aware of the availability of coverage via a special enrollment period or Maine Care, or the services provided by the Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program. The provision of this information at a time when group health insurance coverage ends will assist Maine people in avoiding any gaps in their health coverage. So with that, we thank you for the opportunity to share our support, and we would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the committee for Ms. Cook? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And next up is Ms. Endy from Consumers for Affordable Healthcare in support of the bill.
Good afternoon, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. I'm Kate Endy, the Policy Director of Consumers for Affordable Healthcare. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of this bill, and many thanks to Representative Arford for introducing this bill. We initially approached Representative Arford about this issue because through our helpline, we were hearing from many people throughout the pandemic who have lost their jobs, and prior to the pandemic, but it really was exacerbated during this time, who either enrolled in a COBRA plan, which was very expensive, and after a couple of months, really couldn't afford to keep paying that premium. And so they would call us to find out what other options could be available. But by that time, they would have already missed their 60-day special enrollment period. And so, it's so tough to have to tell somebody you could have qualified for a great subsidized health plan that you could afford, but you called too late. And then we would also hear from people who had, seen the price of COBRA or didn't think they could get coverage and were going uninsured, even though they could have qualified for either a subsidized plan or for free coverage through Maine Care. And then they would call when, perhaps they had to go to the hospital and now they have a medical bill that they owe for a service that would have been covered, had they been able to enroll in coverage when their other plan had ended. And so, we see this as a very common sense solution to just updating an existing notice that's very outdated. And the language currently prescribed, was created before the Affordable Care Act. So, before there were special enrollment periods to think about, and also includes, requires carriers to include a statement informing individuals that they basically need to maintain coverage and not have a gap that exceeds 90 days, or else they could be subject to a pre-existing condition exclusion. And because of legislation that Maine has passed since that time, in the 129th, there are no pre-existing condition exclusions. And so I think mentioning that could be extremely confusing to people. And, every so often we still hear from people who are worried about, a health condition they have and not being able to either enrolling coverage or being charged more because of it. And so I think that, those fears still exist, and having that on the notice may only contribute to that and make people believe that they're not entitled to the same coverage that others are. And so we are here to support this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee for Ms. Endy? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Endy, for your testimony. And that wraps up my list of supporters of the bill. Is there anyone in the attendee panel who would like to testify in favor of the bill? Seeing no raised hands, I am going to move on to those who are in opposition to the bill. Oh, yes. I see Ms. Drew Christopher Joy would like to testify. My assumption was that was neither for nor against the bill. That's what I see here, but maybe there's a change of idea there. Are you with us, Drew Christopher?
Hi. I'm sorry, is this me? I got disconnected for a minute.
You are here. Can you turn on your camera?
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I thought that I had signed up to speak in favor, so that is what I'm hoping to do right now. Is that okay?
Yes, that is fine.
Sorry. Thank you so much. My name is Drew Christopher Joy. So thank you, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler. I'm actually not sure everyone who's here right now, but to all the members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name again is Drew Christopher Joy. I'm a resident of Portland and staff of the Southern Maine Worker Center. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 653, an act to provide Maine residents losing employee-based health coverage with information about other coverage. As I said earlier, the testimony I gave earlier, the Southern Maine Worker Center is a member-led organization with a mission to improve the lives, working conditions, and terms of employment for people in Maine. Our work centers on the human rights to healthcare and work with dignity. And we have a particular concern as a worker center about the ways that healthcare and a person's workplace or work history are linked. Which unfortunately means when someone loses a job, they are more often than not losing their health insurance. And while most of the rest of the developed world has discovered that universal publicly funded healthcare system solves this problem, in the US, we continue to insist on private insurance tied to employment. We envision a bigger transformation of our healthcare system to meet our members' needs, but for the time being, we really support this bill. If there was ever a moment to reconsider our healthcare model, it was this year. At the Southern Maine Worker Center, we run a worker support hotline that anyone in Maine can call to get help navigating an issue related to work. A year ago this week, our phone started ringing off the hook with callers who had lost their jobs because their employer closed their business because of the pandemic. It hit us so fast that we hardly had time to prepare. Our staff and members spent much of the next 6 months learning the ins and outs of the unemployment system and helping hundreds of people navigate the complexities of being laid off during a pandemic. Let's not forget that millions of people across the country were losing their jobs during a massive public health crisis, and that for many, losing their jobs also meant losing their access to affordable or any healthcare. It's a nonsensical situation that our healthcare system puts us in. During last spring, the majority of our calls were from people who had permanently or temporarily lost their jobs. Many of these callers needed to know what to do about their healthcare too. It's always scary to be without health insurance, and it's extra stressful with the fear of COVID. We sent many of our callers, as I said earlier, to Consumers for Affordable Healthcare, who do an amazing job helping people get the health coverage they need. It was great to help the people we could, but let's be real, tens of thousands of people needed information about their options for health insurance who didn't know who to ask. That's why we support LD 653, because it will give workers the comprehensive and up-to-date information they need about how to maintain healthcare coverage when they have lost their job. It's clear to us at the Southern Maine Workers Center that what we truly need is an overhaul of our healthcare system that finally divorces jobs from health insurance and makes sure everyone is covered. We hope that Maine will lead the way to a universal healthcare system, but in the meantime, we strongly support LD 653 as a simple but significant Band-Aid fix to a much larger problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Someone is taking pictures and that is somewhat uncomfortable. Could we?
Sorry, that was me and it was by accident. I apologize.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Joy. I appreciate your letting me know that. And yes, in the Zoom environment, we all make small errors from time to time. Is there anyone else who would like to testify in favor of LD 653? Is there anyone who would like to testify in opposition to LD 653? Is there anyone who would like to testify neither for nor against LD 653? I see Ms. Ossenfort has her hand raised, so let's bring Ms. Ossenfort in and hear her testimony. I assume it is in the neither for nor against category because she didn't raise her hand as an opponent.
Thank you, Representative Tepler and members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Chris.
Ms. Ossenfort, can you clarify, are you testifying neither for nor against?
I am.
Thank you.
Sorry, I heard you speaking, but I was, that delay in joining, I wasn't sure what you were saying. So my apologies. Good afternoon, Representative Tepler and members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Christine Ossenfort. I am the Government Relations Director for Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield in South Portland. And I originally had not planned on testifying on LD 653, but as I looked at the bill, I just wanted to offer a couple of technical suggestions. As Representative Arford and other speakers have noted, this bill predates the ACA and had been, is in need of updating to represent or reflect the current environment. The one concern I have with the proposed language is it requires the inclusion of dates for the next annual open enrollment period. We don't always know that. There are varying dates when the federal government establishes those. Sometimes they're in January, sometimes they're later in the year. So that's a little bit problematic for us to include specific dates. And for example, this year, there was little advance notice of the special enrollment period that was opened up from February to May, I believe it is. So rather than include specific dates, we would suggest perhaps include the length of time of a special enrollment period and that they should go to one of the enumerated resources for information about open enrollment, because any of the entities included in the notice or under the proposed amendment would be able to provide individuals seeking coverage with information about when the next open enrollment period is, but it becomes a little bit challenging for us to include moving targets in notices that we issue. So we would just sort of suggest directing them for more information rather than including specific open enrollment dates. So with that, we certainly would be happy to work with the committee on language to address that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I'm going to ask a quick question before I turn to the committee, Ms. Ossenfort. Does that include the provision that indicates that you have 60 days when you have an employment change?
No, I think we can include that you have a 60-day special enrollment right. That's fairly standard. It's the open enrollment dates that might be a little bit challenging to include because we don't always know when they're going to be. This year they were issued in January, but other years it's been later in the year where those dates are established for the following year. So we may not have that information to include. So that's why I was thinking that it might be easier to direct members to the Bureau of Insurance or the Marketplace or the Consumer Assistance Program for more information on the next open enrollment period. Because ideally you want them to exercise their rights under the special enrollment period anyway, rather than wait till the next open enrollment period. Like I said, those dates can be moving targets. So they become difficult to include in the notice because then if there's a change, we have to go in and change the notice every time, and that becomes more challenging for us. The other thing that I would suggest the committee consider is a date certain that it applies to issues noticed on or after a particular date. Because again, we will need time to adjust our notices to comply with the requirement, and we need to set our systems up to generate the new notices. So a delayed effective date or a specific effective date might be helpful as well.
Okay, and I guess my only follow-up to that is just a reminder that we're actually moving to a state-based platform, and that I suspect our dates of open enrollment will be more available because they won't be coming from the federal government.
That is certainly possible. They actually haven't announced them. So we're operating under the assumption right now that they will follow the federal dates for 2022. So you're right, Maine is not tied to the federal anymore, but whether it's a federal exchange or a state-based exchange, you know, there can be varying dates when those are established. And so just since it's not as typically time sensitive as a special enrollment right, that's why we're thinking you can make them aware of the next open enrollment period and direct them to the various resources for more information as to when that might be.
Thank you for your thoughts on that. Ms. Austin-Ford, any questions, other questions from the committee? No? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. And I don't believe that there's anyone else who has raised their hand to testify neither for nor against. So I'm going to bring this public hearing to a close and our morning public hearing session to a close. And how about we come back at 1? We'll take a 23-minute break, and we'll come back at 1 to begin our work sessions. Yeah, the hope is that those won't last terribly long. So we will have an early time off this afternoon. So I'll see you all. Please either leave the Zoom or turn off your sound and your video. And we'll see you all around 1. response here. Hello? Good afternoon, and it's 1 p.m. I would like to invite the committee to come back into the panel, please. Rep. Arford, Rep. Matheson, Rep. Evans, are you there? Thank you, Rep. Arford.
I am here. It's taken a minute for my video to come up.
Up, and Rep. Evans is here too. Thank you, Rep. Morris. Glad to see you. Okay. I'm just going to wait a few more minutes to see if we can get a few more committee members on. And just to let folks know, I'm intending to take the bills up in the work session in the off. So Rep. Matheson is with us. She just doesn't have her camera on right now. I am intending to take the bills up in the order they are published on our website. So LD 522 first, then LD 523, well, and then LD 617. So 617 and 523 are essentially the same bill. So we'll take those up together second. And then 541 will bring up the rear. That's my intention at this point, unless Ms. McCarthy-Reed has any concerns. Nope, no concerns. And it's also my plan at this point for us to hear from Ms. McCarthy-Reed, get all the bill analyses, and then at that time hold brief caucuses and come back and see if there's anything that we need further discussion on or wish to vote out of committee. So that is my current plan. And I'm going to ask Ms. McCarthy-Reed to go ahead and present the analysis. I assume she will be screen sharing. And I also see that Senator Bennett is with us, and it's his bill we'll be discussing. So if at any point we want to hear from him, we can call on him. Okay, so go ahead, Ms. McCarthy-Reed. Great.
Okay, so I think you said we're going to start with LD 522.
Yes, please.
So everybody should be able to see the analysis here. I was able to email this out to all of you this morning. LD 522 is an act to cap interest rates for consumer debt. As originally drafted, the bill proposed to cap interest rates on consumer credit sales and consumer loans, including credit cards, at 15%. However, at the public hearing, as I think everybody can remember, Senator Bennett, the sponsor, proposed an amendment that would replace the bill's provisions and do essentially propose to do three things. One, it would make clear that a finance charge on any consumer credit transaction is inclusive of any ancillary product or service and any other charge or fee incident to the consumer credit transaction. It would prohibit entities engaging in consumer credit transactions from engaging in any device, subterfuge, or pretense to evade the requirements of the statute and make any loans made in violation void and uncollectible. And it does propose to exempt supervised financial organizations, financial institution holding companies, mutual organization holding companies, credit union service organizations, and any of their subsidiaries, as well as the Maine State Housing Authority, exempt from the requirements proposed in the amendment. Here, just in the second slide, is really just the language of the proposed amendment that Senator Bennett provided, and I just summarized that, essentially the 3 sections that I just talked about. So here you can actually see what the language proposes to be. And then just to kind of highlight for you and give you some sense of the current law requirements. Under current law, there are some maximum interest rates on credit sales other than pursuant to open-end credit. There are a number of provisions here that I've summarized for you. With regard to credit sales other than pursuant to open-end credit, the finance charge on the unpaid balance of the amount financed may not exceed the greater of the total of these amounts if it's a small loan under $2,800, or 18% for credit sales that would be higher than that. The maximum interest rate on consumer credit sales of motor vehicles may not exceed 18% per year. With regard to consumer loans other than loans pursuant to open-end credit, I think this was a focus of a lot of the testimony you heard at the public hearing. The current law provides the finance charge may not exceed the greater of, with regard to, may not exceed the greater of these amounts. The total for small loans, it's 30% per year on an amount that's $2,000 or less, 24% per year for an amount that's more than $2,000 but less than $4,000, and 18% per year for on an amount financed that is more than $4,000. The law also provides and allows lenders to contract for and receive certain finance charges. And with regard to sort of the finance charge on small amounts, the minimum charges in the statute are $5 on amounts less than $75 financed, $15 on amounts between $75 to $250, and $25 when the amount exceeds $250. So a lot of the focus of the proposed section of the proposed amendment that would make the finance charge inclusive would get at these types of small loans that allow a lender to impose these certain additional fees. And then lastly, just to remind you that the maximum interest rate on credit cards, the language in the statute provides that creditors may not impose a finance charge in excess of that is set forth in the agreement between the consumer and the creditor. So with regard to credit cards, the law allows that to be determined by the contractual agreement. There were a number of issues that were raised at the public hearing, both generally and with regard to the proposed amendment. Particularly, and I think this was addressed by the suggested exemption for banks and credit unions that Senator Bennett proposed, is the impact of federal preemption on state law. The interest rate caps as proposed in the original bill would apply only to Maine chartered banks and credit unions and not to out-of-state, state and federally chartered institutions. So there is established case law that banks can export terms allowed in their home states. And so that's an issue as we consider, as you go forward, the extent to which these provisions would apply only to state chartered institutions, and then if they do, how that might put them at a competitive disadvantage or on an unlevel playing field with out-of-state or national banks. As drafted, the proposed amendment would maintain the existing caps in the statute on interest rates, but as I mentioned, it would make the changes. The changes are intended to institute a hard cap so that lenders would include all fees when determining the interest rate on a loan. Proponents of the proposal indicated that these changes would protect consumers from certain predatory lending practices. The amendment would prohibit the practice of charging fees on small loans like payday loans in lieu of interest, which can have the effect of permitting an effective annual percentage rate on those loans much higher than the 30% maximum that's allowed in the statute currently. As I mentioned, the proposed amendment that Senator Bennett proposed does exempt banks and credit unions from the provisions. So if you move forward, the provisions would continue to apply to non-bank lenders and other entities that extend consumer credit or consumer loans. You did have representatives of One Maine, which is a supervised lender in Maine, expressed concerns about the impact of the language on their ability to continue to do business. Auto dealers have also expressed some concern. So you may want to consider those issues that have been raised by those additional entities. Also, if I suggest for your consideration, there's no definition in the language as drafted of what an ancillary product means. The proposed amendment doesn't define the term. So I think in addition to the fees that we've already talked about, that in the existing law that would essentially be included, as the sponsor has indicated, as an additional fee, the term could also describe credit insurance products, extended warranties that might be available in conjunction with automobile sales, other products that are offered in conjunction with auto sales. Auto insurance particularly also might be impacted if a lender requires auto insurance as part of a collateral for lending. I also would point out that there are some federal truth in lending laws and regulations that do permit the exclusion of certain types of these products from the finance charge. So you may want to consider whether to either add a definition of what ancillary product means or provide some other form of clarification of the scope of what's intended to be included as part of that hard cap, as I mentioned. And then lastly, I don't know if the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection is able to join us for the work session, but they had indicated they would be available to answer any questions about the extent to which they receive complaints either related to Maine licensed lenders or non-licensed entities from out of state as being the particular source of issues for Maine consumers. Senator Bennett raised some of the complaints that have been received by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau at the federal level for Maine consumers about certain types of consumer loan products. But the Bureau could provide some additional information if you have questions about the entities that are currently licensed in Maine, or where and if they are receiving complaints from consumers. And then lastly, we don't yet have a fiscal impact statement based on the language of the original bill or the proposed amendment. And I'm going to, I guess I'll stop sharing, but I'm happy to answer any questions or bring back up any of the slides if the committee members would like to see them.
Thank you so much, Ms. McCarthy-Reed. Does anyone have any questions based on Ms. McCarthy-Reed's analysis for her? Okay, I don't see any questions, but I do know that Mr. Garrity, who's in the who's in the audience, would like to add, I think, something to the committee, if that's all right with everyone. And I also may at some point want to call Senator Bennett to let me know where we are with the language, because my understanding is there was still some work going on with the language. So first, let's hear from Mr. Garrity. Mr.
Hi, Representative Tepler. Thank you for letting me in. Representative Tepler and members of the committee, I'm speaking very briefly. I know you have a lot of work to do. And on behalf of the Auto Dealers Association, we did submit written testimony once we had seen the amendment that was offered at the public hearing. We did have the opportunity to speak with Senator Bennett, who indicated he would be supportive of an amendment that would exclude us from the scope of the bill, similarly to Section 3 of his proposed amendment that he had presented to the committee. We noted that the entirety of the testimony was aimed at things like low volume, high rate loans, predatory practices, and payday loans. Obviously, transactions involving automobile purchases are very different. And just as the banks have been excluded and financial institutions excluded from that type of transaction, so should auto dealers. We are excluded under the Federal Defense Act, which formed the basis, as I understand it, for a part of the senator's amendment. The Defense Act is intended to protect our military folks from high rate, exorbitant, or inappropriate tactics involving the extension of credit. And I included in my written comments to you the citation that excludes us, as I said, as it does banks. I guess the only other point I would make is that we are the flip side, so to speak, of the banks and the financial institutions when it comes to automobile loans. Whether it's a factory finance arm, a bank, a credit union, or other entity, they don't come into play until we come into play, because obviously the transaction starts with the dealer. And the various products that are part of those transactions don't fall within the scope of anything you're discussing. And it would make no sense to exclude those institutions and not exclude dealerships. Representative, thank you for giving me an opportunity to make these points. I didn't want to belabor them. And I appreciate the committee's indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garrity. Any questions or comments from the committee on Mr. Garrity's concerns? Nope, seeing none. I'm going to ask Senator Bennett to join us to let us know where he is on developing the language on his amendment. Welcome, Senator Bennett. Thanks for being here. We can't hear you yet.
Thank you very much. Forgive my inappropriate attire. I really appreciate the committee's forbearance on getting an amendment from me during the day of the public hearing, and that obviously creates difficulties not only for the committee but also for the stakeholders. And I regret, springing an amendment on car dealers, banks, and other entities and the citizens without a proper notice. I think that Colleen had it absolutely right about ancillary product. The problem with, I just add a couple of thoughts. First of all, I appreciate your hearing from Bruce Garrity. And indeed, I don't think car dealers are the problem here. So I would encourage you to look at the language that he's provided and include it if it makes sense to you. I also wanted to say that I think Frank D'Alessandro from the Maine Equal Justice Partners is maybe available too, and he may have additional comments that you want to hear because he and his group and Pine Tree Legal and others were really instrumental in helping me learn about this issue in greater detail, which is why we had the amendment, which focused much more before you. I think Colleen was right about the ancillary product language, because I've talked with a few car dealers, for example, and when you're offering something of value like rust protection, for example, and that's adding a fee to the price of the vehicle, that makes sense because it's a real product. It's something of value. But if it's a documentation fee or administrative fee, which a lot of the payday lenders use in order to get these usurious rates into the triple digits on people with very short-term loans, that should be included, or it should be dealt with appropriately as part of the rate cap. And that's really what my amendment was trying to do, is recognizing the rates that exist in law and folding these other rates, these other fees into those rates so that it was truly reflective of a maximum APR. So that's the difficult balance I think the committee has to weigh here when you're looking at this bill, is what actually fits appropriately as additional fees into those rate caps. And as I also said, I don't mind looking at I would encourage you, in fact, to look at the rate caps themselves, because they were written in a different age and different era, and the interest rates now have been extraordinarily low for a very long period of time. And it might be appropriate for the committee to look at the 30, 24, and 18 rates themselves. But main thing is these fees that get added into APR and catching people in debt traps. Thank you for the opportunity.
I have to unmute as well. Thank you, Senator Bennett. So what I'm understanding is, and I will, if Mr. D'Alessandro is still with us, I will at some point call him in, but my understanding for the purposes of this committee's deliberations is that we need to get this amendment narrowed so that it focuses completely on payday lenders and that kind of lending, that short-term, small loan lending where there are often usurious rates. Whether or not we should deal with the rates in general, as Senator Bennett suggested, I'm not sure should be within the scope of this bill. But I'm open to that conversation if there are others who would like to do that. I think it will require a longer conversation and maybe some input from some of the Consumer Bureau folks if we decide we want to pursue that. I will ask Mr. D'Alessandro to please join us so he can help us to understand how he thinks the bill should be narrowed to support the payday loan issue. Mr. D'Alessandro?
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to talk. So we have received a number of comments, and I think it is the focus of Senator Bennett's bill to control the actions of payday lenders primarily. And so I think that we should be able to finalize language that I think is going to be acceptable to everyone with not too much time. But we don't have that language available today.
Thank you, Mr. D'Alessandro. Can we think that maybe we could resume conversations around this bill next week?
Well, I think so, but I would, if the committee would indulge us, if 2 weeks would be great.
We'll have to get back to you on whether that works in our schedule, but thank you, Mr. D'Alessandro. And so what I'm understanding is that we don't really have final language to deal with today.
That's correct.
Yes. Does the committee have any further questions for Mr. D'Alessandro or the sponsor, Mr. Bennett? Sorry, Senator Bennett? No? Senator Bennett, you wanted to add a comment?
Yes, I really appreciate it. I've heard from stakeholders a lot on this, and I would, you know, and by the way, Ms. McCarthy-Reed has been tremendously helpful. I've forwarded stuff to her, and she's very able, as you all know, and gotten some feedback. And I've also been talking with Will Lund at the Consumer Bureau, and so if I know your committee's really busy, and I take that you're very interested in this, and I don't mean to usurp the committee's authority at all, but happy to do a little bit of more spade work here before we come back to the committee with something that's you might want to take up that's more specific.
Thank you, Senator. And I didn't see any questions from the committee at this point, but I think that I would entertain a motion to table this bill. So yes, Representative Evans,
Motion to table.
and a second from Representative Connor, or yes, he was the first to raise his hand. All those in favor of tabling, please raise your hand in the block. I don't think we need a roll call on tabling motion. Okay, unanimous of those present and voting. So we'll table the bill, and we'll hope to get something as soon as possibly next week, but we will consider it as possibly being 2 weeks away.
Thank you. I'm mindful of the April 1st deadlines too, so we'll work briskly, and thank you for the faith and confidence. Okay.
Thank you both, and
Thank you.
everyone who's helped us move this along.
Thanks.
Okay, so we have closed the work session on 522, and now we're going to do a work session on LD 523 and LD 617. And we'll let Ms. McCarthy read screen share and give us her analysis again. Oh, and I want to add that we're not at all surprised that Ms. McCarthy Reed was very helpful to Senator Bennett.
Thank you. This, for the purposes of the work session on these two bills, I took them together since they're duplicates. And so you just have one analysis on the two bills. Both LD 523 and LD 617 contain the same provisions. They propose essentially to have two components. The first component is a requirement for carriers to provide by January 1 of 2023 at least one electronic tool to facilitate the availability of certain prescription drug benefit information in real time at the point of prescribing and when submitting prior authorization requests for prescription drugs. The bill also would permit the superintendent of insurance to grant a waiver from these requirements for good cause. The second component is a requirement for the Bureau of Insurance to monitor compliance by carriers with the requirements of the proposed law related to electronic transmission of prior authorization requests, and to submit a report to the HCIFS committee on the status of that compliance by June 1 of 2023. I think as everyone heard at the public hearing, there are some existing requirements in current law that health insurance carriers must meet related to prior authorization requests. And some of these, the provisions in current law do reflect recent changes that were made in the 129th legislature by legislation that was considered by the HCIFS committee. So some of the returning members may recall the prior work on this issue, these issues related to prior authorization. But generally, under the current law, carriers must respond to prior authorization requests within 72 hours or 2 business days, whichever is less. And if the carrier requests additional information or requires outside consultation, the same time frame for a response applies. If a carrier fails to respond within the required timeframes, the law states that a request for prior authorization is granted. There is a provision that prohibits carriers from requiring prior authorization for medication-assisted treatment for opioid use disorder for the prescription of at least one drug for each type of medication that's used as part of that treatment, except carriers may not require prior authorization for any medication-assisted treatment for opioid use disorder for a pregnant woman. The prior authorization standards that are used by a carrier are required in law to be clear and readily available to enrollees and providers. And the language of the statute requires providers to make best efforts to give all the information necessary to a carrier to evaluate a request. And correspondingly, the carrier must make best efforts to limit requests for additional information. The current law also includes a provision that required no later than January 1 of 2020 that a carrier must accept and respond to prior authorization requests for prescription drugs through electronic means. That same provision that requires carriers to accept prior authorization requests electronically for prescription drugs does not extend to prior authorization requests for other medical services. And so what LD 523 and LD 617 do is further expand the requirements related to electronic transmission of prior authorization requests to prescription drugs to require that the carriers be able to respond to those electronic requests in real time. The language in the two bills reflect legislation that was considered by the committee in the 129th legislature as LD 2106, which I think the sponsor of that former legislation, Senator Gratwick, testified to at the public hearing. That bill was voted out of committee, ought to pass as amended, but was not taken up in any special session before termination of the 129th legislature due to the pandemic. And so the committee worked to develop that language with the input of all of the stakeholders. Senator Claxton, the sponsor, has indicated an interest in making further changes to the language, and he did ask me to share a proposed amendment earlier today, and I think he's here and can speak to those changes, and I'm happy to share that language with you when you hear from Senator Claxton. The next thing I would just note is that you also heard at the public hearing that there are some federal rules that now require Medicare Part D plans to implement electronic transmission for real-time prior authorization of prescription drugs. That rule was recently finalized in February, and compliance or enforcement of those provisions will be required beginning January 1 of 2022. You also heard from carrier representatives that there have been national standards have been developed and the technology has been developed to allow health insurance carriers to provide real-time responses to prior authorization requests for prescriptions, although they have testified that they don't think that they're quite there yet with regard to providing real-time responses for prior authorization requests for other medical services. You did have some suggestions from provider representatives, Northern Light Health and others, suggesting that the language of the amendment, the language of the bills be amended to require carriers to integrate with all provider platforms for electronic medical records. The committee asked for some more information from providers about current systems that are used. I think you did receive some emailed information earlier today from Dan Morin of the Maine Medical Association that responds and provides some additional information about the current platforms that hospital systems and independent medical practices use for their electronic medical records. As I said, the bill requires carriers to make available to a provider in real time at the point of prescribing one or more electronic benefit tools that are capable of integrating with at least one electronic medical record system. And so the suggestion was that the committee would strike out that reference to at least one and require that they be able to integrate with whichever electronic medical system is used by the provider. As I mentioned, it does only apply to real-time electronic prior authorization requests for prescription drugs and not to other prior authorization requests. The Bureau of Insurance also noted in their testimony that they do have existing authority under current law to investigate violations of the insurance code and to enforce them. The bills do have some requirements for the Bureau to monitor compliance, as I said, and report back to the legislature. So you could consider whether or not you think that ongoing monitoring, reporting back to the legislature would be necessary. And then lastly, if you do move forward, there are two duplicate bills. You only need one. So my suggestion would be to sort of, if you are going to move forward, either with moving one bill forward in its current form or an amended form, you could vote the other vehicle ought not to pass. And then in terms of fiscal information, we don't yet have information for these two bills, although I would note that last session, the fiscal information for the prior bill that was considered indicated that any additional costs to the Bureau of Insurance were expected to be minor and can be absorbed within their existing budgeted resources. And the Bureau of Insurance's testimony also indicated that with regard to these bills. And I'll stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions from the committee for Ms. McCarthy-Reed? I noticed that the sponsor, Senator Claxton, has had his hand up for a while. I'm going to invite him in to talk to us about any additional language he'd like to add. So Senator Claxton, welcome. Please tell us about any additional language you are interested in having included in the bill.
Thank you, Representative Tepler and respected members of the committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to appear a second time. What I did with the first bill, which was focused on facilitating rapid transmission and dealing with prior authorizations. When I got to thinking about it, it made sense to go upstream in the process and try and prevent the need for prior authorizations. So what I've done with this bill is to find a term that I got from somewhere else called fully informed prescription. And this allows the provider to access all of the information that's necessary to provide the best treatment decision for the patient. The goal is to get it so the patient can show up at the pharmacy and have absolutely no surprises. They won't be told to come back. They won't be told that there's an amazing copay. They won't be surprised by the deductible. They won't be surprised by any of that stuff. They'll walk in, pick up the medicine and go home and become and continue their adherence to a medical regimen. So this was an attempt to avoid some future prior authorizations, help the prescribers as well as the pharmacists and the insurance companies from having to deal with the prior authorization. So I moved the language upstream a little bit and have asked that there be a single platform that each insurance plan makes available to its providers. The trouble was that if each of the PBMs, each of the plans came up with their own unique tool, I'd have to get out of the electronic medical record I was using, get into their interface, and then do that work, and then go get out of that one and get back into the next one. What we're looking for is an integrated solution that uses an intermediary, and it already exists. One outfit is taking care of 75% of prescriptions. The PBMs who write 80% of the or take care of 80% of the prescriptions in the country are 3. And it's in their best interest to interface with all the electronic medical records so that all of any size, so that they aren't bound up with the prior authorization hassles. So this is an extension by referring to certain standards for this software, which is readily available from 7 different companies, as I understand it, and that there are certain pieces of information that you ought to have as a patient, ought to have as a prescriber to help your patients. So that's where we're going. I looked that up briefly, this inhaler. I found it online this morning for $54. I did a little bit more digging. I found it for $36. And I did a little bit more digging and I found it for $12. The patient shouldn't have to negotiate that or have to work their way through that system at the pharmacy. We should be able to tell them, this is the prescription. This is the least expensive way I can get it for you. This is what it's going to cost you. And that's what this bill tries to do.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Do we have the language for that amendment?
I think that was circulated. I think that it was sent to the amazing Colleen McCarthy-Reed last evening. So you may not have had a chance to see it. I understand how that works. It is a reworking of what was initially offered. I can read through it. It's not appreciably longer. But I assume that you'd like some time to look at the language.
I was able to email it out to you with bill analysis this morning, but I can also share it if you'd like. And if you want Senator Claxton to kind of go through it, I could pull it up for you. Whatever you'd like me to do.
I think we need you to do that, Colleen, because it's difficult for those of us who aren't medical professionals to fully understand.
Sure.
I mean, some of us are, but some of us aren't.
So here you go. I'm pulling up what Senator Claxton provided. I don't think a lot of the, some of the formatting might not have transferred in terms of the color necessarily, but Senator Claxton, if you sort of tell me when to scroll up or down, I can do that as you go through it.
I appreciate the committee's indulgence on this. This is an attempt to get it right and do right by our patients. So the first thing I changed was the title, and it's now an act regarding fully informed drug prescriptions. And I defined that term, and under section 1, paragraph D, this is language that was reviewed with by McCarthy Reed as having come out of the 129th, so that isn't really much of a change there. The significant change is in section 2B, and it says that the interface, they talk about ways between computers can talk to each other or softwares can talk to each other as interfaces. And this describes that the interface that transmits that electronic information is recommended by a national institute and adopted by the National Council for Prescription Drug Programs. So that makes it much more of a standard and much more specific. It's the elements that are required that make for a fully informed prescription. If the pharmacist can tell you what it's going to cost, why shouldn't the provider using exactly the same information be able to tell you what your prescription is going to cost? So under section A, under 2B.
And I'm sorry, can you make sure that the papers stay away from your computer?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's hard to hear you. That's all.
Yes.
It's just making it difficult for us to hear you.
Thank you for alerting me to that, and I'm sorry for your eardrums. It sets up some national standards for what the interface has to be compliant with, and those have been adopted by the National Council for Prescription Drug Programs. So that makes it more standardized. And then it says no later than January 1, 2023, without a waiver. You have to provide the provider or their designee at the point of prescription, timely, clinically appropriate information that's specific to the enrollee, including cost, the cost sharing portion, information on available formulary alternatives, and information about the formulary status and the utilization review and prior authorization requirements of each drug. So to go back to this albuterol, the generic term is albuterol. As I tried to prescribe it to people, I had to remember that certain insurance companies covered Ventolin or ProAir or Proventil. They're all the same drug. And I had to try and remember which ones went with which patient and which prescription, which plan. If that information was provided to me at the point that I was writing the prescription, I would have saved myself a lot of hassle, certainly my patients a lot of hassle, and the plans wouldn't have had to say, well, you need to file a prior authorization for that drug, or we're going to deny it. So this is an attempt to clean that up. And the last, that's really it on the changes. It specifies what information needs to be available electronically in real time to the prescription writer so that they can provide the appropriate next step information to the patient. Does that help?
Well, thank you, Senator Claxton. It helps some. I guess I'm somewhat concerned that this is a much more complex bill now than the one we originally heard. And I have some concerns about offering some time for people to respond to this amendment so that we can make sure that we're being fair. So I'm certainly not entirely comfortable taking this up for a vote today. So I think I'd like to make sure that the amendment is distributed to our interested parties list. And I think that
that was done this morning, so.
It was, okay. Oh, I see Ms. Peltro has her hand raised. And I don't know if we're going to have like another public hearing now. I certainly don't want to do that. But I think maybe we should just hear from Ms. Peltro and see if there's some specific issues we need to think through as we examine this. So I'm going to invite Ms. Peltro in for a second. Thank you for being here, Ms. Peltro. I'm also going to ask Senator Claxton to hang around for a minute, so please don't transfer him back yet, Christian. Thank you. And Ms. Peltro, please go ahead.
Thank you, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Pelletreau. I'm speaking for the Maine Association of Health Plans. And I appreciate your comments just now that it would be premature to vote this bill today. I've spoken with the sponsor of the bill about two specific concerns we have about the revised language. The first is the new language seems to require that health plans be able to integrate with every electronic health record system. So a large number of electronic health record systems. We do have some concerns around that. In my research among our memberships, our membership plans and their PBMs, I've gotten some feedback that suggests that some of the challenges around integration can be on the provider side if they are, for example, using an older version of an EHR software that is not up to date enough to integrate fully with the technology that the plans and the PBMs have. So that's one concern. And then the second concern is to clarify that the cost information that is available at the point of service is not the actual cost of the drug, which would be very, very difficult to determine at the point of service, given the complexity around how drug pricing occurs. The plans do believe they can provide the patient cost, but not the actual cost of the drug, which changes, it can change daily. So those were our two specific concerns, and we appreciate the extra time to work them through. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peltro. Are there comments or questions from the committee at this point as we're going through this? I don't. Yes, I do see one. Rep. Matheson, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I guess I'm just trying to get my arms around this change in the information and the amendment. I understand the intent, which makes a lot of sense, being a private practice practitioner who has to deal with these prior authorizations every day with a small electronic health record system. I guess my question to Ms. Peltro is, there's probably around 15 to 17 different electronic health records that are used in the state of Maine. could you give me some more information, or the committee some more information on how the carriers might be able to establish a consistent location where they can get this information? Assuming that there aren't that many electronic health records that are actually used in Maine. I know there are certainly more than one, but there aren't that many.
Yes, I'll follow up with you on that. My initial responses from my membership said that there wasn't an issue so much with the large ones. You know, there's Epic, which is Maine Health, there's Cerner, which is Northern Light. Those were not so much an issue. But when you get down into the smaller practices, like it sounds like yours is, that can be more challenging. So yes, let me respond with some more at your work session.
This is our work session.
or your subsequent work session, sorry.
Yeah, I think that at this point, unless committee members have another thought, that we would table this bill as well, given this whole new angle on it, and give some time for to receive written comments, and also then have Ms. McCarthy-Reed discuss with us some of these changes. And I think that's where we can leave it today, unless anyone has other thoughts. Seeing none, I'm going to ask for any last comments and then a tabling motion. Okay, no last comments. Tabling motion, please.
I will move to table.
I will second.
Thank you, Rep. Morris, and a second from Rep. Connor to table the bill for a later work session.
Can I just ask, you can table both bills or just one?
I think for now we'll table them both.
Okay.
Rep. Brooks is not here. I mean, oh yes, she is. I'm sorry. I thought I didn't see her there for a minute. But I think that at this point, I just want to hold off. Rep. Brooks had agreed that we would use Senator Claxton's bill as a vehicle, but now that the two bills differ, we need to think about that a little bit more carefully.
Okay. I think then you can just take one vote to table, but it will be for both bills. I don't think you have to do it twice, is my point. So
thank you. Is the committee generally in agreement with that one vote for tabling both bills? Yes. Okay. So all those in favor of tabling these two bills, please raise your hand. Okay, it looks like it is unanimous of those present and voting for a tabling motion. And I'm going to ask Ms. McCarthy-Reed to move on and present LD 541 to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Claxton, and Ms. Ossenfort's gone.
okay, so I'll pull up LD 541's analysis. So for LD 541, this is an act to improve healthcare data analysis. There are two parts to the bill, Part A and Part B. Part A of the bill, and really Part B too as well, make changes related to the Maine Health Data Organization. But in Part A, there are three primary changes. It reduces the timing of when updates of price information must be posted on the MHDO website from twice annually to once annually, and also repeals certain provisions requiring annual reports related to the 15 most common outpatient procedures and to the 10 services and procedures most often provided by physicians in a private office setting. This information will continue to be available on their website, but it repeals the MHDO's directive to produce an annual report. It authorizes MHDO to adopt rules related to the reporting of data from the statewide cancer incidence registry and data related to vital statistics. It also would establish the MHDO Health Information Advisory Committee to make recommendations to MHDO regarding public reporting of healthcare trends developed from data reported to the organization. And then Part B of the bill directs MHDO to develop and maintain a multi-payer provider database and a service locator tool in partnership with the Department of Health and Human Services. LD 541 does reflect language that was considered in legislation last session by the HCIFS committee. The committee considered a bill LD 30 last session. It was reported out of committee with an amendment that was developed with input of the stakeholders. And so LD 541 reflects the consensus amendment that was developed last session. But the legislature was unable to take up the proposal in a special session before the termination of the 129th legislature. The Department of Health and Human Services provided some written testimony and oral testimony at the public hearing and indicated that they are underway in working with MHDO on developing the provider database and service locator tool, and will move forward regardless of the outcome of the bill. And then they also suggested that the committee might consider some additional clarification to the language related to the data sharing and privacy of information in two areas. They suggested amending the language directing MHDO to adopt rules with language that would authorize the sharing of information pursuant to an appropriate memorandum of understanding between DHHS and MHDO, and then also suggested adding some language to clarify that the sharing of any data must be consistent with applicable confidentiality laws like HIPAA and department's internal policies related to data sharing. It's my understanding that the department and MHDO have had a chance to meet with the sponsor of the bill, and Representative Perry may be able to update the committee on where those discussions are, but I think they are in general agreement about some additional clarification to the language, although I'm not sure that the language is ready for the committee to see today. So it may be that the committee could vote the bill with the understanding that the language would be provided as in the areas that I've described, or the committee could table like you've done with your previous bills that you've been considering. I would note that you did receive some testimony from the Maine Association of Health Plans, that carriers currently offer their own provider directories, and that in the long term, they would be concerned about any effort that would require carriers to use any MHDO developed multiple payer provider database. But LD 541 as it's drafted does not impose any requirement on health insurance carriers. And then with regard to the establishment of the MHDO Advisory Committee, the bill proposes that it have 11 members, including 2 legislators. I just wanted to mention that 2 things with regard to this. One, it may be helpful to clarify that terms of legislators who would serve on this advisory committee coincide with the terms of their office. Legislators are elected to 2-year terms, and the language of the bill would impose or allow a 5-year term for other members. So you may just want to clarify the language that legislators serve, their term coincides with their term of legislative service. And then secondly, current law requires the legislature typically to fund the costs associated with legislative participation during the session and during the interim in any meetings. And so while I think the bill would propose that MHDO would be responsible for paying those costs, the legislature is responsible for doing so. And so if the bill moves forward, it would likely be referred to the study table for further consideration by the Legislative Council, and so may require some additional funding from their budget to cover any costs associated with attendance at meetings of the advisory committee by legislators. And I will stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And I believe I saw that Representative Perry was in attending if you wanted to hear from her as well. So I'll stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Colleen. I believe Representative Evans has a question for you, and I see that Representative Perry is here. So after Representative Evans, is your question for Colleen or for the sponsor of the bill? Which one?
For Colleen, it's for Colleen, yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
One of the slides, second to the last.
Mm-hmm. Want me to pull it up
Colleen,
again?
can you go back to the second? Yes, please.
Sure. This one? Or this one?
This is it. No, go back.
Okay.
Go stay there.
Okay.
The item 2
Mm-hmm.
on the previous page.
Oh, sure. Sorry about that. Yep.
I'm not. The last sentence, it said add language to clarify that sharing of data must be consistent with the applicable confidentiality laws. For example, HIPAA and DHHS internal policies related to the data sharing. My question, you may not be able to answer, is does DHHS's policy, is it more restrictive than HIPAA or what? Because
No, I think, yep.
that should be in compliance
Right.
with HIPAA.
Right. And I think that's the intent. I think the language doesn't specifically mention that as it's drafted now. So I think the suggestion, as I understand it, was just to add language clarifying that the department and others would be able to share data consistent and in compliance with the applicable confidentiality laws and their policies. And my understanding also as well is that there are specific requirements internally for DHHS that when they do share data with authorized parties under these confidentiality laws, there's often a sort of a signed agreement or a memorandum of understanding that reflects the sharing of that data. And I think my understanding is that they just wanted to have some additional language added to the statute to clarify that those responsibilities would continue to be followed.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Colleen. I did speak to the sponsor, Representative Perry, over, I don't remember whether it was Friday or Saturday, but she indicated there was still some more work to do on the language involving the data linkage. I will, however, invite her to join us and see if perhaps that's been resolved since she spoke to me last. If not, we'll hear about where they are with that. Welcome, Representative Perry.
Thank you. Actually, all the parties met, the CDC, Maine Care, and representative from DHHS, as well as MHDO, to discuss this on Monday afternoon. And we are working to come to agreement. And right now, or at least this morning, they're setting up a meeting. We've had a meeting with the Assistant AG from MHDO and are working to set up a meeting with the Assistant AG between MHDO and DHHS to come up with language that will come with the agreement we were all looking at. So we are working at coming up with language that will be in agreement.
That's wonderful. I'm glad that that progress is being made. But what I'm hearing is that today it's not ready. I guess we'll hear this again or I'm sorry, not here, but do work on this again fairly soon, I hope. Do you have an estimate of time on that, Rep. Perry?
Well, a lot of that really depends upon the two assistant AGs at this point. We've been able to move along pretty quickly at getting a number of people together. So my hope is that within a week, we'll have everything set.
That would be excellent. Thank you so much. Just so we can move along and meet some deadlines, because today we ended up pretty much tabling everything we're working. So thank you, Rep. Perry. Any questions or concerns from the committee for Rep. Perry? No. Seeing none, I think given that the language again for this bill isn't quite ready, if no one has any comments, I will entertain a tabling motion. Okay, I saw Rep. Matheson raise her hand to make the tabling motion, and Rep. Quint as the second. All those in favor of tabling LD 541, please raise your hands. Again, it's unanimous of all those present and voting. All right, well, I think that concludes most of our work today, unless Colleen has anything else for us.
I don't.
And we would encourage all of those who had bills we were supposed to be working today to move along with their language so that this committee doesn't get stuck behind the 8 ball in terms of our responsibilities to send bills out. Otherwise, have a great couple days, and we'll see you all on Thursday.
Thank you.
Take care.
Stay safe.
Yes, everybody, please stay safe. And Colleen, since Heather's not here, I don't feel comfortable with scheduling. So do we want to meet tomorrow for that?
Sure, yeah, we have our regular 10:15.
Yep.